please.
Here. Here.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Alexander.
Here.
Burris.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Grayson.
Here. We'll have the opening prayer by Kelly Boyd and the Pledge of Allegiance by Oscar Nelson.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be in these chambers tonight. Lord, we ask that you give us guidance and help us as we administer your work here in this room tonight. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Super aware that I say it wrong.
Item 2, Susan, we don't have any citizen comments currently? Okay. Going to item 3, council communications. We have a police officer's oath of office for Officer Hunter Sanders.
You'd raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I, Hunter D.L. Sanders, having been duly appointed as a police officer of the City of Chickasha, County of Grady, State of Oklahoma, do solemnly swear that I will defend, enforce, and obey the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, the State of Oklahoma, and the ordinances of the City of Chickasha. I will obey the lawful orders of my superior officers and the regulations of the City of Chickasha and the Police Department. That I will faithfully discharge my duties and responsibilities as a citizen of the United States. On my honor, I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This I do solemnly swear this 5th day of August, 2024. Congratulations.
All right, next we have a police department promotion ceremony. It doesn't list who it is, but I'm going to go on a limb and say it's for Officer Nito back there.
Let me interrupt just for a minute, Mr. Mayor. I wanted the council and everybody here to kind of know the process and what this young man's been through. On May the 8th, the police department posted the opportunity to test for an open sergeant's position. The posting remained open for a period of 3 weeks until May 28th. On June 3rd, qualified members of the department sat for a written examination of 100 questions. These questions covered Oklahoma State Statutes Title 21, Title 22, Title 47, and Title 63. It also included Dr. Gil Martin's book, Emotional Survival in Law Enforcement. It also covered information from city ordinances and a predetermined list of department policies, as well as the current CBA from 2023 and 2024. Successful applicants, after the written test, were then interviewed by an oral board. That oral board took place here at City Hall. The board members were comprised of Lieutenant Jason Merko of Chickasha, Sergeant Scott Eagley of Chickasha, Assistant City Manager Rachel Burnish, Major Samuel Webster of El Reno PD, and Lieutenant Zach Bradford of Yukon PD. That board consisted of more than 100 years of law enforcement and business experience. Following the oral board on June 24th and June 27th, respectively, I interviewed each applicant for a period of more than an hour. My interviews were focused on family, community, training, legal updates, personal and professional growth, and ethics. Sergeant Nito, would you join me with your wife, please? Officer Marcus Nito was hired by the Chickasha Police Department on December 20th, 2021. Officer Nito became a field training officer with the Chickasha Police Department on May 25th, 2024. His promotion to sergeant was effective on July 20th, 2024. Tonight we celebrate Sergeant Nito's promotion, as Judge Chaffin will later issue his oath of office, and his wife Rebecca will pin him with his new sergeant's badge. Sergeant.
How are you doing? Good, sir. Good. Should get you to repeat after me, if you would, please. I, Marcus Nito, having been duly appointed a police officer of the City of Chickasha, County of Grady, State of Oklahoma, do solemnly swear that I will defend, enforce, and obey the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, State of Oklahoma, and the ordinances of the City of Chickasha. I will obey the lawful orders of my superior officers and the regulations of the City of Chickasha and the Police Department. That I will faithfully discharge my duties and responsibilities as a citizen of the United States. On my honor, I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This I do solemnly swear this 5th day of August, 2024. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's your son. Way to go. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
The mama coming out in me. I'm good, thank you. Whose water is it? Thank you. Sorry about it. Okay, good. Okay, good.
That
Come a long way. All right, we'll go on to item 4, consent docket.
We have another item.
Presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Sorry, Jim.
Jim.
Trying to save us some time. No, I'm kidding. 3C, presentation by Jim Cowan, EDC. It's hard to follow a sergeant promotion, so sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Mayor, Council, for an opportunity to make a presentation to you this evening. I know it is a very full agenda, so I'm going to try to run through this in a very timely manner. But any questions that you have, please let me know. In your agenda packet, I'm hoping you received a work plan from the EDC that you can look through. We changed up the formatting on it to hopefully make it easier to read, to understand. One of the biggest things we did is in the work plan was to add a partner, because really to do the job we need to do here in Chickasha, we need to be working with everybody. Every opportunity, whether it's a city, whether it's a chamber, whether it's our educational facilities, we need to work with the State Department of Commerce, but there's always an opportunity to get better as we work together with different organizations. If you have any questions about the work plan, please let me know. It doesn't have to be tonight either. It could be something that you see coming up in the next few weeks, and you know I'm usually at the council meetings. Please don't hesitate. I do monthly updates to this work plan verbally at the EDC meetings, and then halfway through, after 6 months, I do a written update, and then at the end of the fiscal year in June, I do a complete update that shows here's how we did, here's what we got done, here's what we didn't get done, and then put a plan forward to make sure that we're trying to improve. I did a slideshow, which means Matt Brooks did a slideshow, and I wanted to just run through a few things. The first thing, though, that is so important for you to understand is that the EDC is made up of a board. It's not Jim Cowan. I may be a spokesperson, I may take some initiatives, but it's made up of a board. That board consists of all 3 educational institutions here in Chickasha, our public schools, USAO, and Canadian Valley Technology. The county is on the EDC board. 2 of our largest banks are on the EDC board. The mayor and city manager both serve as ex officio members, so they're at EDC meetings. Retail is represented, manufacturing, the Grady County Fairgrounds, plumbing, heat and air, statewide wholesale. It's the business community. We have 2 different businesses on the EDC board that have been serving and doing business in Chickasha for over 100 years. So it's really important to know as the EDC works on projects, it's an entire board all working together to try to make improvements here in Chickasha. Can you go to that first slide, Matt? So we love to promote all of Chickasha. The Visit Chickasha is a way that we can do that. It allows us to promote any business, whether they're a chamber business or not a chamber business. It's for all of Chickasha. It's not just for our visitors, although that's a big part of our focus. It's for people in Chickasha, a lot of times, to know what's going on. We take a lot of pride in our event calendar, that it has a lot of information about what's happening in Chickasha. But we use the Visit Chickasha website and social media to really promote the entire town. Obviously, the Festival of Light, we had the opportunity to play a role in that, in encouraging everybody to vote, so that it was recognized as not just top 10, but as we all know, it was voted number 2 in the whole United States in terms of holiday light shows. Next. Then, as I talk about Visit Chickasha, it's a concept that's used all over the state. Visit Chickasha was created in 2020, and since 2021, Visit Chickasha has won 9 state tourism awards. And we're tied for the second most in the entire state with Edmond. So what we're doing is we're trying to tell the story of what's happening in Chickasha. We've had tourism since over 30 years with the Festival of Light. Thanks to a couple of visionaries, we've got the Oklahoma Food Truck Championship. We've always had tourism. This website, social media platform, and our initiatives are just trying to tell the whole state, the whole country, our story about what's happening in Chickasha. This past year, we were recognized at the Red Bud Awards for Tourism Organization of the Year throughout the whole state, and we had the best overall marketing campaign for Christmastown. We were also recognized as a runner-up award for Best Website, thanks to Mr. Brooks back there, and also for Best Partnership as the Chamber, the EDC, the Rock Island Arts Festival, the Rock Island Ride, all worked together to make an incredible weekend. So again, next please. The Visit Chickasha promotes all of Chickasha, and we do it with billboards. I'm sure most of you have seen those. We do it with television ads that we run all in our trade area, and then we also do it with radio. And Matt, can you play this radio?
Why Chickasha? Iconic restaurants like Your Grill, Jake's Rib, Pawpaw's, and Roy's. Experience retail legends like Hicks, Ross's, or Jay's Jewelry. Time to play? Enjoy Chickasha Bowling, Chief Drive-In, Wild Ox Axe Throwing, Adventurescape, Jungle Ice Fun Zone, or pickleball or golf at the Club of Chickasha. Wherever you are, there are so many choices when you visit Chickasha. Shop, play, and stay when you visit Chickasha.
You know, the importance of this is sometimes I've heard some criticism like, oh, the EDC is so focused on downtown. Really, when you look at Visit Chickasha and the popularity of its social media and its website, it's promoting all of Chickasha. And we do a lot to promote all of Chickasha, as you heard in that last radio ad. So how's our economy in Chickasha? The Southwest Ledger featured a story a couple months back talking about how, to a certain degree, our housing is booming in Chickasha. And there's a lot more good things coming that I think will be brought before council soon in terms of other developments that want to come into Chickasha, Oklahoma. Our population's growing. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the important thing is that for a city that didn't see a lot of residential growth for decades, in the past few years, we're seeing substantial growth, and it's in all the categories. New residential permits issued in the last fiscal year was 61. That's fantastic. If we want to grow, we've got to make sure there's places for people to live. I was visiting with someone just before the council meeting started, and she is all across Oklahoma working with different clients, and she said a lot of problems that rural Oklahoma has is a lot of times they don't have the housing that's needed to grow their community. So that's just fantastic news. So we've got good jobs available, but we always want more. You know, this statistics will show that the increase in monthly employment in Grady County in the year 2023 versus 2022 grew by 7.1%. Annual wages versus previous year grew by over 5%. Job postings in Chickasha as of the end of July requiring degrees of certification, 42%. So when we say there's jobs and there's opportunities, this pie chart shows all the different areas. Healthcare is obviously one that there's jobs, there's opportunities out there. 3.3% unemployment. Second lowest in the South Central region. Stevens County is 3.9, Comanche County is 4.2. It doesn't mean things are perfect, and I will say this again, we always want more jobs. We always want more business. But these are statistics that show that we're seeing some positive trends in Chickasha. But now let's talk about Chickasha by the numbers. This first slide is the last year, fiscal year, that ended in June of 2024. It was a historic year. Sales tax collections were at the highest they've ever been. We recognize that January 1 of this year that the sales tax percentage increased, but still, as you factor that in, we still saw a sales tax increase versus previous year that outpaced inflation. When you look at, again, residential permits, commercial building permits, the traffic that's coming into town, there's a lot to be excited about. But you know what? We're not perfect. When you look at this number there, one of the important things to look at is that for that fiscal year on the state rankings, we were the 31st in the state of Oklahoma in terms of total sales tax collections. So that, you know, that shows where we are on the state, number 31 for the year, fiscal year. But as we go this next slide, we're going to see that in the last reporting period for the July of 2024, we were down versus previous year. Our sales tax were down, and what happened? Well, first thing I'd say is if you look at our state rank is, even though our sales tax collections were down, our ranking in terms of where we are in the state, we went up to 25th. What that tells me is that we saw in Oklahoma, we saw a decrease in retail sales. And there'll be a lot to look at in terms of what happened, why it happened, but the important thing to do is we look and see that we were down over 15% versus previous year for the month of July, that it was all throughout the state. Let me say that when I say the July sales tax reporting period, that is typically the last 2 weeks. If I had my glasses on, I could see the month, but the last 2 weeks, I believe, in May and the first 2 weeks in June. So even though it's the July report, it's for a previous period. So not to be confused with the fact that we just ended the month of July. So what's going on? And what about downtown? Do we focus too much on downtown? You know, I've heard it say that, and I believe it's a misconception, is the city focuses too much on downtown. Aren't we done? The reality is when you look at public versus private investment in our downtown over approximately the last 10 years, what we see is that economic development tax money that was collected by the city was used to spur the downtown grant that you all, as city council, has final approval over. What we see is that that economic development tax dollars, so definitely public money, spurred private. 1.4 million has spurred 13.1 million. Now, I will say that not all of this downtown grant money has been awarded yet, but these are grants that have been approved by the EDC and they're in some stage of coming to council. I think there's one later on in the agenda tonight. Private investment loves downtown. Doesn't mean that they don't like the rest of Chickasha. We see private investment all throughout our town. I believe we're going to continue to see significant development along Grand Avenue. I think we're going to continue to see all throughout Chickasha, along 4th Street. But the private sector is voting with their pocketbook, and they're willing to spend more than what they will get reimbursed by a downtown grant. Because as all of you remember, with the downtown grant, if they're approved by the EDC, it comes to council. If the council approves it, then they can spend money and then they get reimbursed. So they have to spend it up front. And the downtown grant's a 3-to-1 matching. So for every $3 the private sector spends, it gets reimbursed out of that economic development tax of $1. But if they spend $5, $6, $8, as you'll see some of these examples, then they still only get reimbursed $1. That means the private sector sees the opportunity, the renaissance that's happening, and they're willing to invest. One of the important things, and please correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager, is that I don't believe that there is dedicated money in the general fund each year to spend on downtown. I think overall the city takes care of streets and water and sewers, and that's part of the annual budget that they work on. I don't believe there's a separate line item that says, oh, let's do new things in downtown. And if I'm wrong, please let me know, but that's that misconception. And it's really important to understand that private business is saying, hey, we like what's going on, and this is where we want to buy a building or open a business. So as I'm winding down here, one of the things that's been a big topic lately is that Twisters. Oh boy, what a box office smash it's started off to be. The state film office has made a map of all the places in Oklahoma that were locations for the movie Twisters. And you'll see slides, you'll see narratives. And by the way, this slide presentation that I'm doing tonight, I'm glad to send it on to Susan and share it with you all if you want to look it over in a little more detail. As we look, though, at what the film office has done, is that even though we were referred to as Crystal Springs in the movie, we got a lot of publicity. Would I rather them say Chickasha? Absolutely, we all would, okay? Do we have any control over Universal Pictures and directors and writers? And unfortunately, the answer is no. Matt, will you go one more slide? The thing about it is Chickasha was listed significantly in so much media. And what I absolutely love the most, besides the fact that all of the residents were compensated financially for the inconvenience they faced during that time when the movie was shot, that Heritage Park Theater and Chief Drive-In have had record weekends. That's so good. It's good for our local businesses. It's also good for the movie industry as a whole, and the more the movie industry thrives, the more opportunity I believe we'll have in the future. And if we have it, Matt, I'd like to play one quick video to finish.
Hey, I'm at the biz section of 17 and soda here, Springs. I mean, Chicken Twister, and we're excited to have this major Hollywood movie shot. Is a big reasons they.
So we've done a video, and the goal with this video is to make sure that as people come to Chickasha and they're like, hey, I heard Twisters was filmed here. Can you tell me more about it? Our goal is to have a small billboard set up at 17th and Minnesota area with saying Twisters filmed here with some brief detail and then a QR code that'll go to this video. We're proud of it. In the video, it does some highlights about the premiere that we did the Thursday night before it opened officially on Friday. It thanks our community, the people that lived there and had to put up with a mess for 9 months. It also thanks the city of Chickasha, because one of the things that I have seen firsthand is that we stood out because we were a very film-friendly city in how the movie industry dealt with us. It wasn't just a certificate that you hang up on the wall, but it was city council, mayor, the city manager's office, code enforcement, the police department, barricading off streets. It was a hassle. For those of you that were on council last year, you probably got calls from people saying, this area looks like a mess. Chickasha schools had to, work around a filming schedule for a few days and reroute school buses. Chickasha schools had a base camp set up with 500 people in tents as school was going on. Grady Memorial Hospital, the police department, the fire department were all inconvenienced by this movie set being put on. But yet, as a community, I was very proud of the fact that we did have this movie shot here, and I hope and I'm encouraged that we'll continue to have the film industry be a part of our future here in Chickasha. That's it for me.
Question.
Yes, please.
Kelly had brought up the fact that we want to have the EDC meetings live streamed. I was wondering how that's progressing.
I met with my executive board. They gave that some consideration. They believe that one of the best things people can do is attend the meetings. They're at a regularly scheduled time, second Tuesday, 7:30 in the morning, and then we're going to continue with being available and open to the public. They weren't comfortable with doing the live stream for multiple reasons. They like to have people in attendance and hear about what's going on. So I don't believe that's anything that we're going to consider going forward.
Jim, could you elaborate on the downtown grant? The name, I thought the grant was actually available citywide now.
No, our new business startup grant is available citywide for any new retail businesses coming in. It helps pay their first 3 months rent. Downtown grants have always adhered to a specific boundaries that were set up. I believe in the ballot language, one of the economic development taxes, that specifically that tax was for the downtown area, so it defined those borders, and we've followed that ballot language.
So the new business startup is similar?
New business startup is for any retail business that generates sales tax in Chickasha by city limits, and what it does is it pays its first 3 months of rent or first 3 months of utilities with the goal of helping this new business get set up in Chickasha and hopefully be successful. Doesn't guarantee they'll be successful, but it's an effort to try to help them get started.
Thanks.
Jim, I'd like to say thanks for your enthusiasm. As a job, I believe you're doing what you're supposed to do with being enthusiastic and pro-community and whatnot. But my experiences were very different in what I've seen and heard from other people about the community that weren't compensated for anything. And there was more than a few days that the thoroughfares, the streets, the alleys and whatnot, and the freedom of our city was not available. And I know very many people that would hope we would never do that again.
So that neighborhood, I know for a fact, was compensated. How far out the compensation went, I don't have that information, but I know that on Minnesota Avenue, between 16th and 17th, they were compensated, and on 17th, there was 2 blocks that if they were impacted. There was a current operating business that parking lots were used, they were compensated, and then the owner of the Wandora and the laundromat, they were definitely compensated. How far out they went, I don't have that, but I know that there was a determination of who would receive compensation. Certainly there was a boundary there that they upheld, and I wasn't involved in making the decision on who they helped.
I believe it's part of our whole community. When I live a little further south than you do, and to get to the hospital, to get to the police department, to get to our great high school and other facilities out in that area, it was a long time that
well, that had to do with
our
the
ability.
strike. That had to do with the strike really prolonging the shooting time, which is uncommon.
Well, I would say this. The area itself looked like a tornado had gone through there, but the intersections itself were closed for a couple of weekends, and I could probably go back and look at those exact dates. The intersection wasn't closed the entire 9 months. The intersection was closed for, I'm going to say all in all, 2 weeks. But it wasn't 2 weeks constant. It was a long weekend here or half a week there, and the strike definitely impacted that. That's not typical. And so if you were driving through that area, was it unsightly? Yes. If you were attending a Chickasha High School football game and you were from another town and you were coming in a certain way, did you like, oh, what happened here? Yes. So on a scale of 1 to 10, was it perfect? No. But the more Chickasha can rely on all industries and not just for the longest time oil and gas and agriculture, the more we can grow manufacturing, the more we can grow tourism, I think the better off it is for Chickasha.
Jim, I just feel like I don't believe you can rely on all citizens to put up with that again, because there was a lot of inconvenience that hasn't been documented, that hasn't been compensated for, that hasn't probably even been spoken up about. Therefore, that's just why I wanted to share that with you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for hearing me out.
I will say during that time, I really didn't receive a whole lot. Did anybody else? I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of complaints from, I was on council during that time, and I will say that I had a business that was in the midst of all that, and we were compensated, and I even tried to not be. We were just glad to have them in the city, and they demanded we're going to pay for the, pay for this, pay for the cleanup. We had some damage done to a curb. They picked up that plus, whatever. So from our end, we were right in the midst of it, and they did well.
We live east of where that intersection was and go out to the high school multiple times a day. So we had to adjust travel. But I'll tell you, every time we drove by, my kids were so excited. They thought it was just the absolute neatest thing. They looked every day to find, oh, did you see that? Oh, and so someone who lived in the area who was, it changed our travel plans daily. We also understood, I feel like the communication was done really well with letting the public know that unfortunately this was, it was drug out because of the strike, which was not, obviously not a foreseen situation. Had no idea that that was going to happen and shut everything down, but I thought it was handled as well as it could be.
Yeah, there's no doubt that depending upon where you live and where you work, that you're going to have different levels of inconvenience. There's no doubt about that. And, we got to be known for things, though. And the media is always going to cover the negative stories. When something bad happens in Chickasha, and it happens in every town, the media is going to cover it. We've got to be known for other things. We've got to make headlines for other things other than the bad things that happen. And being a part of a major blockbuster movie is just one of those small things that I think, can lend to the image that we have here as a community.
Jim, I don't think we've set a date yet, but we are going to have a work session, council and you and Keith, and I think we talked about that, I believe. I don't think we've set a date yet, but we are going to have a chance to do some work session with the EDC representative and talk about what they got going on and get input from us and all that good stuff, which I don't think we've ever done before, so we are working on that.
Glad to do that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
I've actually have one.
Oh, Brian has
I'm
one.
sorry, Brian.
So on goal number 5, you list research pros, cons of creating a business improvement district. What is a business improvement district for those that don't know?
A business improvement district is taking an area, and it could be anywhere in the city, and looking at is there a reason why there needs to be enhanced services for the area. For example, when I was in Oklahoma City and Bricktown, they did a business improvement district. What that is you have to have the majority of the property owners agree to for an additional assessment. It doesn't have anything to do with sales tax. It doesn't have anything to do with the city. It doesn't take anything away from city budgets. What it does is you get a group of property owners that would voluntarily say, tax me more, tax my property more, and then that additional assessment will go in to provide an enhancement of services, whether it's safety, security, cleanliness, any of those type of things. And to me, what we have to do in Chickasha, you're going to hear a lot about TIF the next few meetings. We have to look at all the different tools that cities or communities can use to make improvements. Maybe they make sense, maybe they don't, but ultimately it's just considering to see what's out there.
How does that work? I know that the actual owners of the business have to opt in, but who administers that?
So all of that will be examined in detail. Without doing a deep dive tonight, in my work plan, I want to consider anything that we could possibly use in Chickasha to make things better. Typically, the way it's worked in Oklahoma City is that the additional assessment is paid in when they pay their county property taxes. Then that assessment is transferred over to the municipality, and then they, for that defined area, then they start working on, well, what else do we need to do? Do we need to add more security, more lighting, what have you?
Without getting into detail, that's something the business owners themselves vote on. That's not something that...
Well, the city has to be involved in it. They have to be willing to play a role. It's not like a homeowners association, for example. It's run through the county and the city.
Okay.
So can businesses opt out if it's voted on and passed?
If the majority of the property owners vote on it, then it impacts everyone in the area. So, for example, let's say in downtown Chickasha, You have an absentee property owner. They live in another state. They're letting weeds grow up. They're not taking care of their business. They've got broken windows. They pay their property taxes. But if you increase their property taxes, then sometimes they have incentive to either sell their building, fix it up, find a tenant. It helps areas continue to develop when sometimes you have absentee property owners, or sometimes they live right here in Chickasha and they just don't care. I'm not saying we're doing it on the deal. It just says look at the pros and the cons of whether this makes any sense to do.
I think so. What I was trying to drive at was the business owners are the ones that vote on it. It's not something that's voted on.
That's correct. It does not. It's not like an election, a city election. It has to be. You have to have there's a process like the TIF has, and everybody has to have representation. You have to have hearings. You have to have someone explain to it, and then those property owners have to volunteer and say, yes, we do want to pay an additional assessment because we want this and this and this to happen in our area.
Gotcha. Brian, anything else?
That's it.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, before we go on to 4, council communications. I don't want to skip that.
I've got something to, Kelly did the prayer tonight, but I would just like to add that we all need to keep our thoughts and prayers with the family and the friends and our brothers at CFD for the family of Mike Wise, which was a firefighter and paramedic. And also pray that the Lord can move the obstacles that the family is having to get his body returned to the United States. So just keep Mike Wise's family and, like I said, the CFD in your prayers.
Thank you, Jordan.
Mayor,
Yes.
with the wonderful crowd we've had tonight, I know some people have left, but it seemed like some folks came in, and I don't know if they had intentions of maybe speaking at some time or another. They might have bypassed the point of checking in. I just saw a few new faces here.
Susan, did anybody approach you about speaking at all?
Probably here for the public hearings, probably
Okay.
before, sir.
So that doesn't require signing?
The public hearing, no.
Oh, beautiful, thank you.
No. No.
I want to say well done to Jim and the Public Works for getting that drainage ditch behind Homeland cleared out. Looks great, and I hope we can just continue on down Congo Creek and get it cleared out. So, I mean, I got a phone call at noon, said, you're not going to believe it, they're clearing the ditch, and I was a happy camper, so well done.
Anybody else? Anything else? All right, let's move on to item 4, consent docket.
Move that we accept as presented.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Did I miss it, Mayor? I was hoping to go individually on a few things.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I believe it was let's see, A and D, please, to pull and consider individually.
Well, that would require them to amend their motion. You said A and E?
D,
Or
please.
D?
A and D,
There is no
please.
E.
Make a motion to pull A and D out of the consent docket.
Well, we already have a motion, a second. They'd have to retract theirs
Okay.
if they so choose.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the minutes or the claims list as presented with the exception of item A and item D to be individually considered.
Second.
Motion is second. Let's do a roll call.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Abstain.
Curtis,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 5, it'll be item A from item 4, acceptance of minutes of July 15th, 2024 regular meeting. Yeah, motion on that.
So, Mayor, I'd like to move that we revisit the amended process that we went through at the last meeting that was not reflected in council's packet, some changes that were made.
Correct,
And
yeah,
I've
we had to go
understood.
back and change 2 of the voting records to show your guys as abstaining on
Right.
2 different items, correct?
Right.
Yeah,
It was just a matter of how things were voted. It's not going to change the outcomes.
Correct, it's just
Okay.
making sure historically it's accurate.
And then since visiting around, I've heard maybe on the website that this has been presented correctly, but it was not in our packet that way. And then I don't know, what did we post physically to the public on our bulletin board? I did not check that.
Susan, I know you've made the changes, correct?
Those items have been changed. The minutes have been reflected to correction, and they will be posted on the website once approved as corrected. They
Okay.
were approved with corrections, sir.
And Keith,
Okay.
I think we've decided moving forward, we're gonna have it listed. Yeah,
The nature of the corrections so that those are properly reflected.
so we will start seeing the nature of the corrections on our minutes if we make changes to the
Okay.
minutes.
So collectively, is council happy that the posting that matters is correct?
Yeah, if
It's
Susan says
just,
she's
it's
made
just in the
changes-
packet.
Yeah, if Susan says she's made the changes necessary, I believe her 100%.
Okay, so historically, we've got the changes made.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's your motion, Charlie? We're gonna accept the minutes, or?
We have no motion or second for the 4A.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes of the July 15th, 2024 regular meeting.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Abstain.
Bothwait,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
No.
Curtis,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item D, appointment of Alexis Adams to Planning Commission replacing Nate McCullough with a term expiring June 30, 2026.
I make a motion that we appoint Alexis Adams to the Planning Commission, replacing Nate McCall with a term expiring June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Discussion?
I had a concern on that appointment. I noticed, I don't know the person. It just seemed that when the city asked what, on the application, what the person felt was important, that they could lend to it, they referenced their occupation, which has only been in like a 10-month to 11-month stint. And I was just,
She's a young adult in our community that wants to get involved, so I think she's only been at her job for about 10 months. She's in her early 20s, and so I welcome anyone in that generation that wants to get involved in local government. And she's excited to get involved, and she was also our only applicant. We kind of determined there's a little bit of a gray area with Mr. McCullough joining the Planning Commission, and I don't want any gray area on anything, so that's why we found a new planning commissioner. And so that's why we welcome her.
I would personally vouch for Alexis. She worked for me for 3 years while she was an undergrad, and then in her master's, or during the beginning of her master's. She's efficient, intelligent, well-spoken, wonderful with people, and I would support her, hire her, anything to have her involved would be a yes for me.
Different perspective that we don't have on any board at this point, and so I'm excited for some change and some excitement to bring a different generation's perspective to the board.
was there other applicants?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Ginn,
Yes.
Bothwait,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6A, presentation relating to the proposed Gateway to Chickasha Economic Development Project Plan and Increment Areas A and B.
Shay's loading it.
Yeah, we'll take a recess. Pee-pee break.
Shay's trying to get it plugged in.
While we're waiting on them to get started, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came tonight to participate and witness what we're about to get presented with. I enjoy seeing the room this full. I don't know what side of the fence of this you sit on, and I really don't care. I'm just glad you're here. You're getting along pretty good.
Trying. I got released to drive today. I'll know someone more excited than me and my wife.
Back on the road. Duly noted.
Flip charts.
Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, you don't go to see those for a good movie. It's just a laugh.
This doesn't work.
This is for nerds. Okay. Maybe people just nerd out.
It's nice.
I've never seen
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Sure. Better watch
Had to binge it. That's horrible.
Okay, well, good evening. My name is Nate Ellis with the Public Finance Law Group. We've been retained by the city to facilitate the process of putting together a tax increment district for consideration by the city. Also here is Kathy O'Connor from Coline that's also been working with the city. Hopefully the presentation will pop up in a minute here, but what I have on the agenda is a brief presentation of the process that we've gone through and some of the highlights of the project plan. That's the main document, and then there's a public hearing. So tonight it'll be the first public hearing of 2 that are required by statute. The second one is scheduled for your next meeting on the 19th. So Monday the 19th, August 19th at 6:30 p.m. We'll have a second required public hearing, and then plan is for then the ordinance would be available for the city's consideration at their September 3rd regular meeting, which is a Tuesday, correct? Day after Labor Day. So I'll go ahead and talk. It's not necessarily that important that you see. Okay, you've got it in the packet. I've got one here. So tax increment districts are authorized economic development tool under the Constitution, Article 10, Section 6C, and also pursuant to the Local Development Act, which is in Title 62, Section 850 and following. And what a TIF district, or a tax increment financing district, does is it captures the increment of new taxes that are generated by development. And the idea is you put in place a TIF district. The TIF district provides a financing vehicle for certain costs, whether they're infrastructure costs or incentive costs, that will cause or encourage development to go into place where it's otherwise difficult, or there's impediments to that investment to be made. And then that new revenue that's generated as a result of that is captured, and that becomes the revenue stream that can pay part or all of those costs. It's ultimately created by a city ordinance following the completion of a process. Here we go. And so, next slide. TIF districts can only be established in areas that are in at least one of the following. So we have reinvestment areas, and this is an area that requires public improvements to reverse economic stagnation or decline, serve as a catalyst to attract or retain employment, attract major investment, preserve or enhance the tax base, or where 50% or more of the structures are at least 35 years old. In a lot of instances, there's a lot of areas that qualify as a reinvestment area generally. It does not have to be blighted, but if an area is blighted, that would certainly qualify it as a reinvestment area. We also have historic preservation areas, which is not really part of the discussion that we're talking about here, but that would be an area that would qualify. And then we have enterprise areas that have been designated as a state or federal enterprise zone. And so the areas we're talking about here actually have been designated as enterprise zones, or enterprise areas, so it does qualify under that. So that's kind of an automatic qualifier, if you will, in that area. So ad valorem taxes are one of the tax revenue streams that could potentially be captured. And when we create an ad valorem TIF, we establish what's called a base assessed value. And so we work with the county assessor, and they will establish the valuation of all the property that's within the increment district once it begins. And the tax revenue off that base assessed value will continue to be collected, and it will continue to flow to all of the taxing jurisdictions. The TIF only captures revenue if there's an increment. So if there's an aggregate increase in the total value of all the property, the TIF just captures that tax revenue that's off of that increment of value that's above and beyond what the base value is. Works similarly in the case of sales tax. We would establish a baseline sales tax based on all of the sales tax collections that occur within that area. And then the increment would be the aggregate increase of sales tax collections over and above what the historical collections have been. TIF district is used to fund eligible project costs. Again, they can include land acquisition, infrastructure, parking, financing, and assistance in development financing. We can include property tax, we can include sales tax, we could include hotel tax, so really any local form of tax is something that could be captured by a TIF district. It does not affect the tax rate, so it does not add an extra penny of sales tax in, it doesn't raise anybody's property taxes, it also doesn't lower anybody's property taxes or exempt them from paying. Anybody who is inside a TIF district has to pay the same property tax, same sales tax rates as anybody who's sitting outside of a TIF district. The only difference is that TIF can operate to capture that incremental new revenue. So if their property goes up in value, they pay more in taxes than they did before. The original amount they were paying goes to the taxing entities. The increase amount is what gets captured by the TIF district. So this is the basic TIF model to kind of graphically represent. We have an existing tax base that you see in the light green there. And so that's whatever the property was at the time we started. That's the value of it and the taxes that are being generated off of that. When we have that additional investment that occurs and we generate an increment, that's that darker green. And so the total taxes that are being generated in that area are climbing over time as a result of that development. But it's just that top increment part that's actually carved out and is available to pay or offset the project costs that are incurred as part of the TIF district. Then when the TIF ends, then you have a higher tax base in place, and at that point in time, now 100% of all of those revenues are flowing to the taxing jurisdictions. So the reasons why we look at creating a TIF district, one of the biggest, obviously, is to attract major investment to an area. It can serve as a catalyst for attracting new jobs and also retaining existing jobs. It helps to produce or promote economic development to increase tax revenues, raise property values, and improve economic stability. And then really what's important is make possible investment in an economic development and growth, which would otherwise be difficult or impossible without the assistance provided by a TIF district. Now, that doesn't mean that there will never be development, it will never happen. The idea of a TIF district is to potentially accelerate that investment so it happens on a faster time horizon, so you get the economic benefits of it at a sooner potential time. And so we look at kind of a but-for test as a litmus test, whether or not creating the TIF is, would the development occur to the same degree in the same manner without the creation of the TIF district. So next slide. In the process that we go through, there's a statutory process that's defined out. The initial step, of course, is the city actually establishes a resolution that evidences its intent to consider the creation of a TIF district. And we did this, I think, back in October or November of last year is when the city actually worked that. So there's been quite a bit of work that's gone into this since then. And part of that resolution establishes a TIF review committee that's comprised of representatives from each of the impacted taxing jurisdictions. So all of the ad valorem taxing jurisdictions that overlie the area that's considered for the TIF district have representation on that. The city council, the mayor actually served as chairperson of that committee. Planning commission has a representative, and then the committee itself actually selected then 3 at-large representatives from the community to be on that, at least one of which represented the retail or represented a retail industry or was a retailer in the community. A couple of the elements that we identify, and these are important terms, the increment district or the increment area that we talk about, that's the area where incremental taxes are actually collected and captured. So there's a geographic boundary, and we'll see here in a map in a minute where we're talking about for the increment districts here. Then there is a larger project area, which is where TIF revenues can be expended for authorized project costs. And so you'll see our project area is actually a much larger area because in this instance, we're talking about a lot of infrastructure costs, and a lot of those costs, the infrastructure improvements may need to be done over here outside of the increment district, but they're done in support of the development that would occur within the increment district. So, those improvements over here might benefit the increment district, and they might benefit other areas within the community as well. So, but they would be in support of that development. And so we put together the document that's called the project plan, and it outlines the eligibility for the creation of the TIF district, the budget, the desired outcomes, how the TIF is going to be administered, addresses financial impacts from the creation of the TIF district, and then includes maps showing the project area and the increment area. Next. And so the review committee meets to consider the project plan and ultimately makes a recommendation. And in this instance, the committee met a number of times over many months. Ultimately, June 12th, the committee met and made a recommendation to the city to go ahead and adopt the project plan, which calls for the creation of 2 different increment districts. So we'll talk about specifics of that here in just a second. The Planning Commission then also meets to give a recommendation, and they did that on July 9th. So they gave their recommendation for the city to go ahead and move forward in the same manner. Then the project plan ultimately is approved by an ordinance, and you have to have these 2 required public hearings. Of course, tonight will be the first one. Next slide. And so some of the considerations that we discussed in depth with the review committee, and again, a number of meetings and a number of hours spent working through a lot of details, but some of the major considerations is looking at the potential to share some of the increment revenues. The TIF statutes permit the city to create a TIF that captures 100% of the revenues and applies 100% of the revenues to the project costs. But one of the areas of consideration is what sort of impacts are the creation of a TIF district and the potential development that occurs from that. What impacts is that going to have on the different taxing entities in the form of services that they provide or capital infrastructure that they have to have in place? And so one of the best ways to address that is to look at, call it a revenue sharing model. So if the TIF, in this instance, what we ultimately decided on is that the TIF would capture 100% of the ad valorem revenues, but 50% of it is being allocated back to the taxing entities and only 50% of it is being allocated to the project costs. So it's kind of a, you know, as opposed to you get a lot of development, you get all the revenues, but the taxing entities don't see any benefit for potentially a 25-year time horizon, and then they get all of it at the end. You know, this way they're winning along the way. So you have the economic development, but you also have enhanced revenue streams that are being seen immediately by the taxing entities and not just after a long period. Another thing is looking at the increment areas to try and include properties that will increase in value. And this was because we're talking about a large area, a number of buildings that are in place. We spent a lot of time working through with city staff about basically on a parcel by parcel basis what sort of development potential there might be. If, you know, some are vacant lots, some are businesses that are existing that might have the ability to invest and make enhancements to their business or to their buildings. Others are, you know, maybe businesses or buildings that are kind of dilapidated that, you know, there might be an opportunity for reinvestment there. And so again, this was a pretty substantial process that I think between the two different areas, we were looking at about 360 or so different parcels that were involved. So a lot of time that was spent on that. I mentioned the project area being a larger area, and that's one of the reasons why you'll see our project area is significantly larger than the increment districts themselves, is just, again, we want to pick up all the areas where we might have supporting infrastructure projects. And then I mentioned two increment districts. So in this case, a project plan can include more than one increment area, and the increment areas can be initiated at different dates, but they do have to be activated within 10 years. So what that means is, if the city chooses on September 3rd to go ahead and adopt the TIF, that doesn't necessarily start the TIF. It would put everything in place, but they could potentially come back at a later date to actually commence TIF. I guess it would be TIF 2, and then maybe at another date after that to commence TIF 3. And the timing of when that would occur would be based on what sort of development opportunities. What that allows is, instead of just putting the place in time, the TIF in place, and the time starts to count away, because you have a maximum of 25 years that a TIF can be created for, that allows some time then for various projects to potentially start moving forward. There won't be tax revenue from any businesses. There won't be any sales tax or hotel tax until a business is actually open and starts generating an increment of revenue. So there's a period of time before they open, and then a couple of months after that before sales taxes are received by the city. When you're talking about ad valorem, it's even potentially longer time, because if somebody opens a building by, let's say they open on December 15th of this year, their property will go on the tax rolls at the new value in January, and they will have taxes due on that at the end of 2025, which they will then pay, and by the time it filters through the county and dollars are allocated out, it might be June of 2026 before the city sees any tax revenue in the form of ad valorem TIF revenue. By contrast, if they didn't open until February of 2025, they won't go on the tax rolls until 2026, and there won't be dollars coming in from that on an ad valorem until 2027. So a lot of times we look at timing up the commencement date so that we don't start burning time away on the front end where there's not going to be any TIF revenue. We maybe wait until we have some actual developments that are ready to move forward.
So basically, we could see a completion on the 2nd of January, so it's going to take at least 24 months.
Yes.
To get that, okay.
Yeah, a little bit longer by the time the dollars actually roll in. So yes, that's correct. So, next slide. Some other considerations, we looked at including incremental sales tax and hotel tax revenues. And one of the things that, one of the tools that's also available to the city when a city creates a TIF district is the use of the Enterprise Zone Leverage Act in the statutes. That's actually right before the Local Development Act, so it's Title 62, Section 840. But what that allows is for the Department of Commerce, the city can make application to the Department of Commerce, and the Commerce Department can make a determination of the net state benefit of the economic development that's proposed to occur. They make that determination, and then based on that, they would potentially match up to 100% of the local sales tax and hotel tax that's generated. So where does that match come from? Well, the state gets 4.5 cents sales tax on all of that. They would also take into consideration things like payroll withholding that's generated as a result of new jobs, things like that. So all the different revenue sources that the state potentially gets, they make that determination, and that's a real advantageous a method to approach it for a city, is because they potentially can double the amount of revenue that they're putting in to a TIF district in the form of their sales tax. So again, we've proposed in this that the TIFs would capture 50% of the sales tax. So the city's 4.25, half of that would be captured by the TIF district. The other half would come back to the city, similar to the ad valorem. And same on the hotel tax, you've got 8 cents hotel tax. So 4 of that would be captured by the TIF. The other 4 would continue to accrue normally to the city. So those would be the revenue streams. And then whatever's generated off that, 4 cents worth of hotel tax and 2 1/8 cent of sales tax could potentially be matched, potentially up to 100%, depending on the Department of Commerce's ultimate determination. So that provides an enhancement in revenue that allows more project costs to potentially be accomplished at a faster basis.
Okay. And that hotel that we're talking about needs to be in the TIF district, correct?
Yes. Yeah, this would only apply, again, property that's situated within our geographical boundaries. So, as I say, we'll get to the map here in just a couple more slides. So we've talked about 2 primary development components, and we've called them project plan. And here we talk about the downtown Chickasha project and the Highway 62 corridor project. So again, capturing 50% of the tax revenues, each of those streams, the other 50% going back to the taxing entities, and then any leverage act payments that are received from the state of Oklahoma that the city qualifies for, 100% of those would have to go to the TIF district. The city has identified $581.6 million in total authorized project costs. We don't necessarily expect that the TIF is going to be able to pay all of those from TIF revenue streams. The vast majority of those are significant infrastructure improvements that are needed: water, sewer, drainage, streets, things like that. So, I mean, again, those are all the costs that are identified. And again, a lot of conversations relating to the fact that there are development projects that have expressed interest in downtown area and along the corridor area, but there's significant infrastructure limitations that, without those improvements, are going to prevent a lot of those projects from being able to move forward. So again, that's one of the primary impetus here, is to address the infrastructure shortfall to help facilitate that.
That $581 million is across all of Chickasha, projects from all, in the TIF zone.
Yeah, I mean, they all relate to the TIF districts, or, I mean, again, not
The project
necessarily,
zone, not
they
necessarily
don't
TIF.
necessarily only benefit the TIF district, but yes, there are projects across Chickasha that would be at various levels necessary to support differing levels of development. We also worked through with the review committee, I mean, what we feel like was a very conservative amount of development across both of the potential TIF districts. And so based on that, we had an expectation of generated incremental revenues. This doesn't include any leverage dollars, but incremental revenues of just under 36 million that would be generated. That would be the 50% that's captured by the TIF district. So you'd have another 36 million or so on the other side that would be going to all the different taxing jurisdictions on a pro rata basis. Forgetting the word here, sorry. Those projections are pretty conservative in nature. Again, as I mentioned, we did not want to develop a pro forma that just had outlandish expectations of billions of dollars of investment into downtown Chickasha and along the corridor. I mean, we tried to reasonably look at what are some things that reasonably could happen, and we pushed a lot of them out in timeline. The intent of the TIF really is to hopefully move some of those things forward, and as some things get going, then things that we haven't really contemplated, haven't really projected, start to add on. Kind of the investment begets additional investment idea. So again, we tried to use a very conservative structure for purposes of projecting those revenues. And again, obviously that's significantly less than what the total infrastructure needs would actually be, and the city, you know, generally understands the concept. They're, you know, in order to accomplish all of the infrastructure needs, the TIF will not address all of it by itself. So, okay. So here is, I know we jumped over a slide, but honestly that kind of repeats some of the same things I said earlier, so we can skip forward to the next one. This is the proposed boundaries of the downtown area. So it's the area within in the blue shaded outline. The reason why you see some jigs and jogs around different corners is we're looking at generally the core of downtown Chickasha, but we would tend to carve off areas that were residential in nature that didn't seem likely to be changing. We carved out along the south end. You've got a number of church properties there that we really didn't anticipate them selling and leaving or anything like that. So again, there's some kind of natural barriers. And on the north end, you've got some county parcels that are there that they're not going to move their courthouse or other facilities, so we anticipate them staying there. And then the piece that's carved out in the middle, that's actually the First National Bank and Trust building, which again is a fairly substantial valuation. We don't anticipate them tearing it down and building something new, so we carved it out. To the extent that their property value went up because everything else developed around it, what that would mean is the ad valorem taxing entities would get 100% of the benefit of that increase in property value. So that's the downtown area, and then on the next slide.
Question, on that map, the southeast corner of the first map, is that Iowa Avenue as the south boundary?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yes, that's Iowa.
Right here. Yeah, that's Iowa.
I had to get closer to see it too.
Is it what?
Iowa Avenue.
Yeah, the very southernmost boundary in the downtown TIF district is Iowa Street.
Used to be a bank.
West Iowa.
Yeah, there we go.
West Iowa.
And then as you get a little further to the west, then it's kind of north or south of Colorado, right there. And then it goes out to, is it 6th Street? Is that right?
Correct.
And then few properties just north of Highway 62 there, and then generally along, just mainly this side of the railroad tracks, but there's kind of a natural divider here, and then you've got the county fairgrounds there, and then we look at the corridor project that's primarily on the other side of that.
So Nate, could you tell me again, why did we carve out First National Bank again?
So when we create a TIF district, we're looking at a geographically defined area. We're going to have a base assessed value. So the total value as it stands today, approximately, of all the parcels that are included in there, that will be our base assessed value. The First National Bank, it's a fairly large number to include. And again, in the aggregate, if some of the properties decline in value, then we've actually got to have increment plus sum to make up that decline, because it's a sum total. We've got to exceed the baseline before the TIF district actually includes any. So a couple of reasons. One, you've got an existing structure that we're not necessarily aware of any plans for them to make a significant capital investment into it. And so the thought is that their value will stay fairly static, or maybe even depreciate a little bit over time. I mean, it might decline, or it might go up a little bit too. But also, there are some limitations in the total amount of valuation that you can include in TIF districts in the aggregate in the city. And so a lot of times we will try to avoid putting large chunks of value of already developed property into the TIF district, because it, quite frankly, just kind of eats up your capacity if you've got something that comes along later in some later potential prospect that you might want to consider a TIF district for. You wouldn't want to necessarily be limited because you've put a bunch of property that's maybe not going to have any real change in value in the TIF district. So that was the contemplation, is because their valuation was fairly significant number.
So how much difference is there really between the First National property and the Mid-First that's right across the street from it?
It was pretty significant.
Is that because the Mid-First building is largely undeveloped and there's potential for capital investment into that building?
That's why I'm asking Nate.
I don't 100% know that.
What?
When we talked internally, it was an idea that if it had such a high valuation and we don't anticipate it to change, why would we include it? Thinking that the taxing jurisdictions would keep that. We don't want to take 50% of the new increment if the value increases, because it's already was one of the highest values items when we looked at the downtown area.
So it's worth too much money?
Most of the idea, why would we include it? Because it's not changing, and it was worth so much. Why would we not just let the schools and everyone continue to take the full increment off of it?
I would say, plus, if their value does go up, then 100% of that money goes to the taxing entities.
Mm-hmm. Right, so we left it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about the Chick-fil-A Hotel? It's a residential, well, it's residential plus some business down, but it's been pretty much
Renovated.
is it?
I think it's considered a historical district, isn't it? Chick-fil-A Hotel?
But I think when the Chick-fil-A Hotel is no longer under the, that housing incentive they got for low-income housing, the potential for development to create that into a boutique hotel or something would be pretty great.
Do we know how many years that is?
I think it's over in 27. I'm not 100. I think possibly 27. So not that long.
Mayor, will you call for use of microphones, please? There's been a large interaction without the microphones.
Sorry about that. I was just asking about the Chick-fil-A motel.
Did you hear him, Charlie? He was asking.
You were asking about Chick-fil-A Hotel, but I haven't heard what Rachel's been saying.
I'm sorry, I don't have a microphone tonight. The seats were full.
Want this one?
Ask and ye shall receive.
Should be on.
It's dead. Okay.
No.
You can come up here.
Just just got to say it with your chest.
Acoustics are horrible.
I think the idea, Oscar's asking when the Chickasha Hotel, why would we include that? Because they renovated it. Right now, it's under a housing incentive for low-income housing currently, and that expires in 2027, we think, around, I might not be absolutely correct on that date. And so the idea would be, it's probably would be developed at some point, hopefully, into a boutique hotel.
Okay. Was there a mention of MedFirst property too? Did you answer a question about that?
Yeah.
I think, they asked why it was valued more, not 100% on that, but I just said the reason why we left off First National Bank in internal conversations was because the value was so high at First National, and we didn't anticipate any change occurring in that building. I don't anticipate them to move or anything going on there, so we thought, why would we include it? We would let the taxing jurisdictions continue to take 100% of that revenue.
Their value as ad valorem rendition for the property taxes is so high?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And one of the things that we do is we try not to create TIF boundaries that are going to somehow create an unfair advantage to development, you know, on one side of the street versus the other side of the street. But in this instance, especially since our primary focus is the infrastructure, certainly any infrastructure improvements that get downtown, First National's building would benefit just like everybody else would. And again, whether or not they choose to make some investment down the road, that's great. And so just the fact that we've omitted that particular parcel, that's probably to the benefit of the taxing jurisdictions. If there is any additional revenue that's generated off of that now, they'll get 100% of that instead of the TIF picking up half of it. So it doesn't create any disadvantage to First National to being in the, or not being in the TIF district versus a MidFirst Bank building that's in the TIF district.
But as it's proposed, it would also, if they did decide to develop 10 years from now, it would exclude them from any kind of TIF revenue coming to and trying to.
Yeah, if they did it, yeah, First National did any major, you know, they built a 20-story skyscraper on their building, it wouldn't be part of this TIF district. So. Okay. On the next slide then, we have the Highway 62 corridor project. And so we've primarily got just north and south of Highway 62, and then continues down south along, fresh in my memory, that's the Grand Canyon extension, is that right? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. And you'll note the southeast corner of the interchange immediately there is not included in the TIF district, and we know that's held by tribes. Or, yeah, the Comanche tribe is the actual owner, so it wouldn't be subject to ad valorem taxes or any sales tax, anything like that wouldn't get picked up off of that anyways. And then some of the other boundaries, especially along the northern side, that follows generally what the municipal boundaries of the city are. So the city can only create a TIF over an area that's within its corporate boundaries. So. And then the red square that you see here, this is our project area. And again, to make it simple, just kind of draw a box around the area. And so within that box is the potential that there are infrastructure projects that might be done in connection with development that would occur within either one of those increment districts. And so primary example, you know, we wouldn't be talking about doing street improvements down in the far southwest corner of it. That doesn't have anything to do with the TIF district. But if you've got a water line that's coming in from the north or the west, or you've got sewer improvements that need to be done somewhere well outside the TIF district, we want our project area to be large enough. That's the area within which we might expend TIF dollars in support of TIF projects. And you'll note that the project area boundaries do extend in some places outside of the corporate boundaries, and that's okay. Our project area can be larger than our city boundaries, but the only place that TIF revenues will be captured are within the two different increment districts, the blue being the downtown and the green being the Highway 62. So other taxes within the red area, they just continue to accrue and go where they're supposed to go.
Back to my previous question, that red box is where that 581 million came from. Things inside that red box.
Yes, that's correct.
You know what the street boundaries are on that, Mayor?
Have a southbound.
I can tell you here in just a second. To the right page.
I need my magnifying glass.
Almost all the way up to the airport.
It is on the south by Grand Avenue, on the west by 29th Street, on the north by County Road 1340, and on the east by County Road 2860. I don't know if either of those last two have actual names. I think they are just county roads.
Okay, thank you.
Nate, could you explain again what you just said about you wouldn't do improvements in southwest corner of the project area unless it benefited the TIF districts?
Correct.
Is that what you meant?
The TIF revenues could not be expended for projects that are not to the benefit of the TIF districts. That expenditure could occur outside the TIF districts, but has to occur within the project area boundaries. So my example, if you did neighborhood resurfacing down in the far southwest part of the project area, that doesn't have anything. There's no nexus. There's no connection to the TIF district per se. That would be an instance where you're just taking the revenues from downtown and using it to spend over here. It doesn't support the development. The project costs need to have some nexus, some benefit to the actual development that is projected to occur. So again, the other example would be is if you've got water line improvements to enhance the water pressure and valves and things like that that are coming into the downtown area, those would be appropriate projects because even though you got to fix it over here, it's going to benefit that whole area all the way through.
Well, this over $500 million number, so we're saying, Rachel, we're saying that all of that would somehow benefit those two TIF districts? I mean, there's a lot of improvements here.
Yes, that's what we were talking about on that. I think that roadway, I mean,
Next slide shows.
not maybe all of the roadway improvements, but I think that you could feasibly say, if we're gonna talk about getting off the bypass at some point, do the roads need to be maintained in that manner to carry you to downtown for our tourism? I think,
right.
I mean, that was kind of what we talked about. So when we look at the city as a whole and the water lines and the sewer lines, that's a huge part of that.
Yeah, I think coming up on our next slide is, and there's some more detail in the project plan, but identified about 154 million worth of water system improvements, about 141 worth of sewer system improvements, 33 million worth of drainage improvements, 131 street and bridge improvements, and then we add an additional 92 million as a contingency. You know, again, there's not an expectation at this point that the TIF is going to be able to fund all of those, and so what the city would most likely do, I mean, what I would recommend the city do is you focus on what projects need to be done in order to bring development projects forward that are ready to move forward. So, you know, I think there's maybe some key infrastructure components relating, especially the water system downtown, that have to be addressed before there's significant capital investment.
So, these are projects that are needed to be done regardless whether there's a TIF or not.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
These are projects that need to be done whether there's a TIF or not. These have been identified as current projects that we need the capital now for that we don't have.
That is true.
So would the city have to take out debt to fix the infrastructure before anyone develops downtown or east of town?
That will be a question that the city will need to consider. What sort of revenue streams you have available, whether or not debt financing is an appropriate tool to address projects. I mean, you might do debt financing that addresses some projects that are related to the TIF and other projects that aren't related to the TIF. And that could be done, and the TIF revenues could pay some or all of the pro rata portion of the debt service that relates to the TIF projects. You could potentially have, and one of the ideal scenarios is if you have potential development and they have a willingness to fund upfront some of the infrastructure costs that need to be done, and then they get reimbursed over time for those infrastructure projects. Again, that's kind of the ideal situation. You got other people investing that additional money to make those improvements, and the TIF provides a mechanism to pay them back. And that's kind of the classic assistance in development financing, the term that you've seen in a few different places. That would be an example of that.
If we take out debt, it's on us, right? If nothing happens, the city will have to use money out of the general fund, I'm guessing, to pay for. Okay.
So again, the TIF is really contemplated to be a tool to help enhance development, which provides additional revenue streams, part of it being TIF, and maybe other of it is just general sales tax and utility revenues. That, you know, it's going to be a combination of all of those things that ultimately get the necessary infrastructure improvements put in place. So we have an element also of assistance in development financing as reimbursement of project costs, and this is more of an incentive amount, if you will. And the reason we came up with this 30 million number is of the 35 million that we talked about in projected revenues, about 30 million of that is based on sales tax or hotel tax that's being captured of that revenue. And we'll see that here in a minute, the allocation. But so the idea is the Leverage Act, Department of Commerce has really encouraged communities, one, to take advantage of this whenever they establish a TIF district, but two, utilize it to provide incentives to get projects to maybe go bigger than they've planned, or do more or do faster than what they might otherwise propose. And so that was included as a project cost, and that's part of the recommendation to the city that would be part of it. But it's important to note that any project cost expenditures, including any assistance in development financing for any sort of incentive, has to come back before the council to be approved as part of a development agreement. So it's really important to note that when you create a TIF district, you create a mechanism to capture certain revenue streams, and you create an authorization to use those revenue streams to pay this list of different costs that have been put together. It does not obligate you to pay any costs at all. I mean, you don't have to do any of these improvements. You could create a TIF and then just sit on your hands and let 25 years go by and, you know, see where you're at. But it provides that mechanism. But in order to expend any dollars, if you have construction contracts, those are going to come before the city or the municipal authority or whoever, and they're going to be approved during a normal process, probably involving competitive bidding. If you have any sort of incentive packages, or a developer agrees to build something or build some infrastructure and be reimbursed, that's going to be a development agreement that's going to have to come forward for specific consideration and approval by the city. So I like to think when you create the TIF district, that's the end of the beginning, I think is the best way to put it. But there's a lot of potential agreements down the road after that, where again, you want developers, you don't want to go out, you're not going to go out and borrow, you know, $580 million in October or November. You're not going to do that. Why? Because if you did, it'd probably cost you $780 million worth of interest over 25 years to finance it. So again, that just doesn't make sense. You're not going to commit yourself or your resources to do something like that. What you are going to do is, as projects move forward, as they're ready to move forward, you want to put in place development agreements where they commit to make certain capital investments that we know as a result of that is going to generate certain tax revenue streams, and those tax revenue streams at that point have more certainty over time, which allows you to more confidently move forward with certain infrastructure projects that are necessary to do that. So the development agreement might say they agree to build this, this, and this, and they're going to spend $20 million, and the city agrees to put in, replace this water line so that they can provide the appropriate fire pressures for fire suppression systems downtown, as an example.
But all that comes before council, and council is the approving authority on
Each
everything.
one of those agreements would come before council, yes. So the projected revenues that we modeled, again, based on a very conservative set of development assumptions, we estimated would generate about 10.54 million in ad valorem taxes over a 25-year time horizon. And this is an aggregate between the two different districts. So both of the two districts added together. So 5.3 million of that would be allocated to project costs. 5.3 million would be allocated back to the affected taxing jurisdictions. Estimated that same development would generate about 57.2 million in sales tax revenues. So 28.6 to project costs, 28.6 retained by the city and utilized for the various sales tax ordinance purposes. And then about 3.4 million in aggregate hotel tax revenues, with 1.72 half allocated to the TIF costs and half allocated back to the city. The Leverage Act payments, again, this is where that 30 million number came from, would total about 30.32 if there's a 100% match or determination by Commerce. I can't sit here and tell you they will match it 100% for what's come in. They will make a determination. It's a little bit of a black box because they take into account a lot of different factors. I know some of the examples I've seen recently is they've taken into account the fact that the sales tax on grocery stores will be going away soon, so the state won't get as much benefit if you had a grocery store that were going in there. And I don't know if that's necessarily anything that's proposed or contemplated here. Could be, but the state won't capture sales tax on groceries anymore, so they would look at that in relationship to the overall development. So that application is something the city can make after a TIF district is created. They'll make that determination pretty quickly, and then once they do, then that's locked in. And so if they say it's 100% or 74% or whatever, we know what that is at that point in time. So.
And that potential 30.32 is on top of the 35 we saw on the previous slide.
Yeah. So the 30.32 would be 100% match of the 28.6 in sales tax and the 1.72 in hotel tax that's contributed to the project.
And this was over a 25-year timeline, right?
Yes. Okay, next. So oversight of TIF revenues. City apportions the revenues pursuant to the project plan. City manager is typically the person listed as being in charge of implementation. Statutorily, you have to designate somebody to be in charge of it. So typically that's the city manager, and then they can designate others to carry out specific tasks. City approves any public agreements with developers as appropriate, and then the city disperses other taxing entities their 50% share of the ad valorem revenues as they're received from the county. I mentioned the assistance in development financing. And again, that's a method to provide direct incentive representing reimbursement of public infrastructure costs, or it could also be incentives. When we create a TIF district, our universe of authorized project costs can be very public infrastructure costs to very private, write a developer a check to get them to do something. I mean, that's kind of the range that you can. The $30 million in investment incentives that we contemplate would primarily be funded out of something like the Leverage Act dollars. If and to the extent that they're utilized that way, those would be dollars that could potentially be used for some incentive. You would typically do it, maybe treat it as some sort of like a sales tax rebate within the TIF district. But again, that would be something that would be a specific agreement. Council would have to determine that the value of the development and the revenue streams that it generates warrants providing that type of an incentive. So, and then infrastructure projects undertaken by the city, public construction contracts, generally subject to competitive bidding, so that would be a normal procedural item that you typically follow anyways. Impacts on taxing entities. One of the concerns when you have significant development is what sort of increase in population or students does it have, and so how does that impact the services that different taxing entities have to provide? What sort of capital infrastructure demands does it create? And so the primary way that we're addressing that here is that we're allocating 50% of that revenue stream back to the taxing jurisdictions. So that's, again, about 5.3 million that would be going back based on our projections. And as I think Jim was talking about in his presentation, when you're creating destination experiences that are going to attract increased visitors, I mean, you're retaining dollars to be spent here when you have additional retail opportunities, but you're also attracting others to come to the community and spend money, and that's kind of the idea of economic development. And then any ancillary development outside of the TIF districts would generate additional revenue for taxing. I think there's a word left off there, the taxing entities. And then similarly for new investment, business creation, new business is going to create short-term and long-term employment opportunities. That payroll results in increased spending within the city, benefiting local businesses. And again, destination experiences attract increased visitors to the city as well. And those visitors result in new spending for the city that enhances opportunities for local merchants to provide their goods and services. So our steps here, again, on June 12th, the review committee recommended approval of the project plan. On July 9, the planning commission recommended approval. We have this hearing tonight that we're getting ready to open. And then August 19th, we will have the second public hearing during the city council meeting at 6:30. And then again, our plan is to have the ordinance for your consideration at the September 3rd meeting. So, I'm happy to answer any questions, but it'd be appropriate if you want to go ahead and open the public hearing, and that way anybody else can ask questions as well.
I've got one question.
Yes.
Regarding the increases in taxes. You hold the property taxes for 25 years flat, whatever their assessed value at the very beginning, correct?
So the baseline valuation is done to set the bar so that we know all the value underneath that, whatever tax revenue, goes 100% to the taxing jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Whatever's above that number is getting split 50-50. So it doesn't mean that the property owner's taxes get frozen. Their property taxes will be based on their valuation, but that baseline, yes, you're right, it fixes that 100% amount going forward.
All right, and I don't know how the county assesses commercial properties, if they go up the 3%, 5% every year like they do on farmland and houses, but right now, you're about guaranteed every year your taxes are going to go up the minimum amount that they're allowed to, or the maximum amount they're allowed to, which is like 3 or 5%. It's real close to that. So when you set this district for 25 years, they're not going to get that 3 to 5% that they're getting every year, correct?
They're not going to get that in their baseline, but they are going to get 50% of whatever that amount is, plus 50% of whatever additional enhanced value there might be. Okay. So again, that's one of the ways that we account for a limitation like that, where we've kind of fixed that, as opposed to them getting nothing for 25 years. Yeah. They're getting 50% of it. And again, commercials sometimes a little more challenging as far as, it doesn't, like your house, a lot of times your market value exceeds the value of your house, and so, yeah, you're gonna get 3% every year on it.
Yeah.
Commercial, because you've got business personal property in there, a lot of times, you know, a restaurant buys a piece of equipment, but then they're gonna depreciate it over 5 years. So it's got this value and then it immediately starts going down. So there's more variables involved in commercial so that it doesn't just automatically increase, you know, 4% every year going into the future.
What would be more helpful to me is to know, you know, what that baseline amount is to start with and what percentage of ad valorem that is for the entire school district. Because for 25 years, we're going to hold a certain area at a base, but the price of operating Chickasha Public Schools is going to go up substantially over 25 years. I'm just wondering how much of an impact it's going to have on their operating cost at the end of 24 years.
Nate, if I remember correctly, that any revenue they do get from the TIF, their 50% divided out to their portion, doesn't go towards the accountability they have to the state funding they receive, right?
Yes.
Doesn't affect, they get $1 million, I'm just spitballing, they get $1 million from this TIF, the state doesn't go, oh, you got an extra $1 million, we're not gonna fund you an extra $1 million, they get both.
Yes, that is correct. So without getting into the gory details of school financing, schools get their general operating dollars from a number of sources, one of which is their general fund levy, 35 mils, or it's 36 and change, depending on which county you're in.
I think we're 37. Is that right, Rick? 37? 34. Okay.
So anyway, so whatever that number is, if you have development, if you have local increase in value and you get more property tax, the state basically makes up the difference up to a per pupil amount. So you're allowed to get, you know, however many $1,000 per student on an annual basis as they determine each year.
That's my whole point on that. If that gets to that point where we're having to get money from the state funding formula, then now that's going to impact Friend, Pioneer, all these small schools around here.
So you know, Chickasha Schools is the school district that's impacted by this TIF district. So they do get a state appropriation. If they got $1 million more, no TIF, just in a vacuum, if they got $1 million more in ad valorem taxes, they would get approximately $1 million less in state appropriation because they wouldn't need as much to get to the amount that they're allowed by law to have. The dollars that they get on their building fund are new dollars that they're giving up, if you will, and then they have a sinking fund levy to pay their bonds, and property that is the incremental value of a TIF district does not count as part of their bonding capacity, their assessed valuation. So that levy is calculated on the non-TIF property across the whole school district, and then it's applied within the TIF district. The TIF district is generating at that higher millage levy based on the sinking fund calculation. The school's getting all of that revenue. All of that revenue that's coming from the TIF, though, gets to be treated outside the school funding formula. So kind of the long and short of it, the way the math works out, in a 50-50 split, Chickasha schools will actually get to keep more new dollars with the TIF than they would if the exact same development happened without the TIF district. So it's a math problem, but it works out in their favor that they don't have to treat that as the general fund as an offset against their, or a chargeable against their state aid calculation. Again, we spent a lot of time talking over this in the review committee, and I don't want to necessarily dance around your question, but I also don't want to put people to sleep talking about school funding for an hour and a half.
Mayor, can we hear from the public now?
If we have no more questions for Nate, yeah, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. As we move into the public hearing, I'd like to remind everybody that wants to speak, please do come up and speak. Just make sure for records, for minutes, that we state their name and your address. And that way Susan can annotate it and make sure it's in the logs. With that, it is 8:26. I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing regarding the proposed creation of 2 increment districts and the adoption of the Gateway to Chickasha Economic Development Project Plan. Who wants to be first in the chute?
Good evening.
Evening.
My family moved to Chickasha almost 23 years ago. And in that time, I've seen a lot of tax collection changes occur. And with each one of those, one thing happened every time. I, as a citizen, got to go vote on it. Either yes or no. I got my say. And everyone registered to vote in the city of Chickasha got their say at the polls. Don't stop that. There's no reason to. Even the first TIF that we have over on Grand, after the legal battle, there was a vote of the citizens, up or down. Give us the dignity of that vote. Don't take it away from us. That's my message tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Tori.
Thanks, Tori.
Yes.
Address, because I think that's a question coming up here. You want to kind of address what the options are?
Yes, please. Let's put it all out there on the table.
No.
I mean, it's, I think, important to understand.
Mayor? Sir, you've had your time. And Mayor, I feel like the public has waited to talk.
So we don't want to have any kind of information with proposed questions or anything? We don't want anything?
I don't believe the public's information is detailed chart after chart after chart that's going to have interactive, well, let's take about 5 minutes and talk about this and talk about this. I'd like to know what the public has to say.
I can answer the question later if you'd like me to.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The public can still speak. It's.
Yeah, we're not,
He's not
we'll be here for
precluded from
5 hours
answering
if it takes. I'm
questions.
here for the long haul, but.
The direction of the chair as to who has the microphone at the moment, but.
I just see it as I prefer to, when a citizen brings up a concern, I'd like to look at our options and then move on to the next concern, so we're not getting an hour down the road and forget everything we're talking about. That's where I'm at, Charlie. I want everybody to speak. I'm not cutting anybody's time. Like I said, we'll stay here all night if it takes it. I'm not worried about that. But I do want all the options, all the information on the table for everybody to hear, if that makes sense. So I'd prefer you address, yes, sorry.
So when you create a TIF district, the background, TIF districts are a constitutional amendment that have been voted a couple of different times by a statewide election. And so the amendment to the Constitution and then the statutory structure that's put in place to implement it does not require a city to have an election to approve a TIF district. So the vast majority of TIF districts across Oklahoma are approved by city council, by ordinance, and there is not an election. There's no requirement legally that there be an election unless in the TIF statutes it provides that an ordinance may be subject to a petition for referendum, just like any other ordinance that the city council might pass. If there are sufficient signatures gathered, then a ordinance can be put before a vote. What happened in 2005 with the first TIF district is there was a petition circulated. There was a legal question as to what was the required number of signatures. That went through, and there was a number of years of litigation. I was not a part of the litigation. And it was ultimately determined that it was a lower number. It's based on the number of registered voters, or not registered voters, the number of people that actually voted in the most recent general municipal election. So whatever your most recent mayoral election would be, however many you need, and then 25% of that number is how many signatures you have to have. They determined there was enough, and so then I think, yeah, after about 3.5 or 4 years, there was an election held and referendum on the ordinance, and it passed. My recollection is it was close to 80% that voted in favor of it.
75.
Yeah, so somewhere in there. It was it's high 70s. So, and again, it would just be a simple majority to pass or fail that. So those are the instances where an election would be required. You have the ability generally to put an ordinance before the voters. What we have recently learned is that you don't have the ability to go out and to say, let's have an advisory vote to see do people want a TIF district or not, kind of a non-binding advisory. That question got pushed recently in Norman and ultimately got kicked out by the courts. But if you adopt an ordinance with the contingency that it doesn't go into effect until it has been passed by the voters, that should pass legal muster, and you could put it to a vote of the public should you so choose. But again, because this does not involve a change in the rate of taxes, it doesn't involve an increase in tax rates or a decrease in tax rates, there is no constitutional requirement that you have to have an election to administer. It doesn't change anybody's tax rates.
We're not creating a new tax.
Correct. Right. Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you. Apologize about that delay. I know you were almost to the podium.
Thank you, council, for letting me have a minute of your time and talk to you. I'm Bud Lowe. My family is east of Chickasha, and basically on the 62 corridor, I think, project is what we're calling it. That's kind of what I want to address tonight, if I could. Our land has been, I think, now the 4th generation in a farm. We have no intention to develop that today, tomorrow, 20 years from now. That is our intent. I've been limited on getting the information. I did see a map finally with our place on it, which is basically on the south side there. It's one of the larger parcels of that. I want to save the city some money, some time and effort and energy, consulting fees or whatever, because my request tonight is to please take us off of this. And if you have a question, I'd be try to answer that for you. I appreciate it, but I'm very sincere and I'm trying to be very honest with you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe, have you received legal notice? Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Have you received legal notice about these occurrences this past year?
No, sir.
That your property had been indicated inside of a map?
No. The first time I remember seeing this, I think there was something that came in the mail, or maybe, perhaps I read that in the paper, I'm not sure. But no, I've had no direct contact with the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I have Nate, I have a question on that. So if a property owner chooses not to develop their land and doesn't want to participate in the TIF or anything like that, but they are in the TIF zone, if it passes for whatever reason, nothing about it changes for them, right? They're still gonna say they pay the same property taxes they've been paying.
Correct.
If the land gets developed around their area and it does increase their property tax by a percentage, they're gonna pay that new tax anyway, whether they're in the TIF or out of it.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm understanding that correct.
Being in the TIF has no impact on what their taxes are. It creates no obligation for them to develop their property. They would have to be willing to do so if the right deal came along.
'Cause I can understand their nervousness about being in something they don't want to participate in and making sure it didn't impact them because they don't want to be part of it anyway.
It would not impact them to be within that zone. So any more than it would impact them if they were immediately excluded and just outside of the zone. So, and there is no property notice requirement to notify anybody that is in or out of a TIF district. Again, this was kind of an ongoing process with the review committee, as you know, Mayor, as we kind of worked through what the potential boundaries were going to be. So the only real legal notice is that for purposes of these hearings, notice was published a little over 2 weeks ago in the paper. I can't remember the exact date, but public hearing notice was published, which is required notice for these hearings.
Can I speak to that, please?
Sure.
I hope this goes over well. If we're playing football here, our citizens are a junior high team that just started practice a week ago. And this TIF district is the Green Bay Packers of the 1960s, and here comes the Packer sweep. There is a lot been going on that affect people's property rights. And whether a person that owns property is included within some colored areas or next to a colored area or outside of a colored area, this is our whole community picking a new direction if this were to move forward. That, say, 100 or so years of Chickasha, we've been operating one way. Now here comes a TIF where we're kind of doing what I've heard around is picking winners and losers. And knowing, having personal knowledge of what I call the forgotten corner of Chickasha, let's call that the southeast quadrant there, knowing that no improvement will come to that forgotten corner of town unless it were, oh, by golly, it could be a resource for something inside those boundaries. But I'm really having trouble with knowing our property owners, and I'm waving at you, Jim, back there, no matter where they live, whether they're absentee or not. If you own something and it can be taken away by your fellow citizens, you have less rights. So an absentee property owner has as many rights as one that lives on it, works on it, or anything else.
But that was in relation to the business development district that Jim was talking about, not the TIF, the absentee property owner. That conversation was not in the TIF conversation.
I think I remember Jim saying something about,
Yeah,
well, they're absentee and perhaps we might pressure them into selling if the taxes go up around them.
Yes, that was in
I'm a
relation-
free market guy.
Yes, in a business improvement district, that is a different mechanism where a
Business-
majority of the property owners within an area, if the majority of the owners vote by signing their consent, they can create an assessment district that artificially raises the property tax by creating an assessment on the property owners. A TIF district does not create any artificial assessments on anybody inside or outside.
Does this increase their rights?
Does it increase what?
Does it increase the right of the property owner, sir?
Does it increase their right of property owner? I don't believe it does.
It doesn't
I mean,
decrease it either, though, does it?
I would say it doesn't. I mean, again, the TIF does not affect any of their property rights. I mean, they have to make, any private owner of property has to make a decision how they want to put their property into use, whether they want to develop it or not.
So, did they call it, city manager, do they call it organic growth if we don't do anything? Or do they just call that natural growth? Or Chickasha moving along for the next 25 years without going down this path?
Yeah, I think typically people refer to it as organic growth or natural growth. I mean,
Okay.
those are not terms of art that are specific to this, but Yeah, this would, as has been described, incentivize certain development, but it doesn't change any property rights.
So I believe we're seeing a proposal for something that puts part of our community in a hypergrowth. But I'm sitting here because there's some citizens in this community, there's citizens in this community that were unrepresented. And I don't see anything that affects change about our community. I think the focus, there's been a lot of focus on this matter for the past year. It's taken energy out of our wonderful staff. It's taken energy away from some of our citizens and people on these matters to consider something that I don't believe is going to be beneficial community-wide.
If I may just interject briefly, that is kind of the purpose of the process that we've been going through with the initiation of the review process, the creation of the review committee, and ultimately decision of the city council, is a focus on these particular areas, bringing incentivized growth and giving a reason to bring development to that area will benefit the entire city, has been the position. Because if you have, I don't want to single any business out, but think of a big box store that could locate close to the turnpike. That would specifically could be a result of something like a TIF district, and that would bring significant sales tax growth to the city to provide benefits, services, whether it's police, fire, other improvements to the entire city. So you do have to connect some dots, I understand that, but the idea behind a TIF is to generate economic growth in certain parts of the city, but will ultimately benefit the entire population of the city.
It's because the sales tax generated goes into the general fund.
Correct.
Right.
I was thinking along the lines of, to Mr. Lowe's point, nobody talked to the property owners out there when we began the project, and nobody talked to anyone, you know, and it just seems like, well, 90% of that property is owned by two people or two families. And if they would have talked to them to start with, that wouldn't even have been part of it, and we wouldn't have wasted administrative dollars and stuff trying to develop a TIF district out there when it's not going to be developed. You know, I think, am I right, Bud? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
We don't know exactly what's going to be developed or how it's going to be developed. There's no way for us to predict that, nor should we try. But
to your point, it would save time, right, to go talk to Bud, Mr. Lowe, and say, you own so many acres out here. What's your intentions? Because I know I own my family owns a business downtown. We've been in the same building for 100 years. We do not plan to go anywhere. We're in the district also. So I don't know, we're not going to make any more improvements, and we don't plan on selling anytime soon. So is there a process to opt out?
I think that's kind of the purpose of having the public hearings, is to allow, whether they're landowners in the district or community members that have an opinion on the subject. But we have not individually approached specific landowners to get their intentions or their plans. I mean, I think we all know those intentions or plans may be very solid today, but could change tomorrow depending on their own private decisions.
But at the end of the day, if they're inside the TIF zone and they choose not to develop any land, nothing changes for them.
No, they're not compelled to develop anything.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, the thing would have been to go knock a door and have a conversation for sure, but at the end of the day, If they choose not to do anything, then their life changes absolutely zero.
Do you mean the surrounding property owner valuations wouldn't increase?
It could do that naturally, it could do it with a TIF. We're rolling the dice either way. So whether it happens organically or happens with a TIF, they're still gonna pay more property tax regardless, right?
That gets back to
I'm just saying
your
either way.
original statement. It was yes, organic growth would
do we
pay
wanna
these in-taxing entities as well.
This is just a tool in the toolbox, right? It's not a guarantee, there's no promise of growth. There's no, we do this, it's a magic wand, everything's gonna explode. It's just a tool that other communities are utilizing, that our citizens are currently going to those communities to have experience those amenities, right? Norman, Oklahoma City, places like that. It's just a tool for us to put in our toolbox, right?
And there's
That's right.
there's a possibility of us having to turn away possible development because the city cannot afford to put the infrastructure in.
Correct.
So that's the root of it, ultimately, is we don't necessarily have the budget to do development. That's not going to happen, but we're also not required to do it if it doesn't.
But we're gonna have to develop infrastructure before it develops, right? In certain spots.
I believe we're a ripe enough apple that is visually appealing to certain developers that the infrastructure is not a problem for them. When they want to be here, they'll be here.
I mean, if we can't provide water pressure, we cannot provide the development. Like, if you cannot put in your fire suppression system, we can't let you build the building. So that's kind of what we mean, like additional water towers, additional water lines.
Okay. Rachel, we've already got some citizens and businesses dealing with that issue right now.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so if we.
We could be focusing on putting out, or
I mean, this
knocking those
doesn't-
out off the list.
We could improve water pressure for existing businesses with a TIF also.
Right.
What? Anybody else? Who's next up?
Do we know the project area here? I mean, how many, I wasn't involved in the planning commission, but how, I mean, is it made up of various owners? Is it true that it's 2 owners that we're looking at here? Is it, do you know the ownership of that plot?
You're
I mean,
talking
is
about the TIF district itself, not the project area.
Correct.
I'll make
Yes.
sure we get that distinction.
Yeah, I'm
correct.
sorry, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
know
know
how many-
about acreage percentage. I cannot quote that, but it is many, many parcels of land. I think there's about 98 parcels in 62 and 300 in 90 something.
There's a little over 300 in downtown, there's about, looking, 63, I think, is the number.
So 63 different landowners? or-
Parcels,
Downtown.
knowing the other one.
Well, I'll
I don't know how many different landowners there actually are, but it's definitely more than 2. I mean, I think there's a handful of parcels, or a handful of owners that own multiple parcels, but out of 63, I mean, I counted, I bet there's
I'll kind of
40 different landowners.
give you an example of why I think it's a good idea to talk to the landowners. I was contacted by a landowner yesterday. He's been excluded from the TIF. He's on Highway 62. He's looking to sell in a year, and he's been excluded. So he was wondering why. But I think him being excluded and he's actually wanting to sell to develop. So
See, on the flip side, if they are in the TIF and they want to sell, it's probably a leverage to get more value for their property, I would think.
they're
To
not,
a developer or something like that.
they've been excluded from the TIF, so, yeah.
That does not limit his ability to sell.
Right.
He can still sell the property to a developer if he wants to do that.
But it would be outside the TIF, right?
I think what Brian's saying is that had the landowners been spoken to, this one would have said, please put me in it.
Right.
So he could have the leverage to potentially sell to a developer as he's looking to sell in the near future. So that's all I think his point
Right,
is that
yeah.
the landowner should have been spoken to. That's all Brian's trying to say.
Who's next?
Long.
Good evening, Eric Anderson, 3310 West Idaho Avenue, in Ward 4. I've been around TIFs before in Edmond, great effect. It's been useful as a tool for many other cities, and I've seen the growth in other cities. My concern is, as brought up today, the administration of it, and how it's going to go forward, okay, the steps that need to be put in place for that. And secondly, because I'm confused on this subject as well, I've heard pros and cons of the last TIF that was here. Some people said it was good, some people said it was bad, and I've gotten both sides. I was wondering if anyone has the knowledge of that, can clear that up, what the benefit to the city was, or how did it fail? Because I hear both, and before I can make an honest decision on this one, I would like to know the honest truth of the last one and how it fared, if you all wouldn't mind. I appreciate it.
I don't think there's any comparison between the first and the second, is there?
Well, the first one, I mean, it was successful.
Yes,
It
it took it a while.
It wasn't a home run, but it was successful because it brought in Tractor Supply, it brought in interurban, it brought in
Area development.
those area developments in there. It was successful, but not the home run of bringing in Home Depot or Lowe's, which is what the intent was behind it.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Right out of the gate, my name is George Thomas. My wife Bertha and I are the other large owner out here east of town. But first of all, right out of the gate, got to do something about the acoustics of this room. This is pitiful.
Yeah.
We're talking about wanting to be a better city and all this stuff. I challenge any of y'all in management to go sit in the back of that room and try to figure out what's being spoken about up here. This is pitiful, absolutely pitiful. We need to do some noise abatement in here. Kelly, you're in that kind of business.
Drapes.
You need to push the ball on that thing. Seriously. All right. With that complaint out of the way, I'm going to step over here for a minute. All right. The Lowe family owns this property here, pretty much, and my wife Bertha and I own this property here, and this property here and here, okay? So, as Bud Lowe said, and it's been somebody else said, there's two families that kind of own that out there. A question I've got right out of the gate, and of course the city manager mentioned, he said, well, throw that out there, and then part of the function of tonight's hearing was to decide who wants to be in and who wants to be out. Is that kind of what you were saying?
I wouldn't say that's the purpose, but that's part of the process, is to allow the public to weigh in on this.
Right. So, initially my reaction was a little bit offended that no one asked us. However, having listened to your explanation, I sort of understand that this is part of the process. So, that's, I understand what you're talking about there. Now, it's kind of my understanding from what Mr. Ellis said here that we kind of get a baseline of the property taxes, and then as taxes float up over the years, whatever incremental increase there is would be split half into the TIF and half would still go to the schools and BOTEC and all that. Is that a correct understanding of that?
That's the current proposal, correct.
Okay. As far as our property is concerned, I'm going to step back over here a minute. Part that's east of the interstate here and down here, most of this stuff will probably always be farmland and be in the floodplain. I don't really see any way that would ever be developed. This property here and this down here, it's sandy ground, it's in a floodplain. I just don't see anything really happening with that. A question I had that Mr. Ellis brought up was, how could you reach out and get this stuff? Is this property included? are the city, and this is something that somebody here can tell me, is the city limit out here at the river, is that it?
I believe that's correct. Yeah, I believe it is the river.
So that is possible to reach out there and get that then. Anyway, that property there east of the interstate, I really don't see any potential of anything ever getting developed. A couple other things after listening to this, and that's just a point blank question to you, sir. Mr. Ellis, how much is your fees?
So everyone can hear it. Our fee was approved by the city council when they started the process in, again, October, I think it was last year. We were paid $30,000 as non-contingent for the work to be done up through this point. And then if the TIF is created, I think it's another $20,000, but I'd have to look at the agreement, but it's approximately that amount. And that's an arrangement that we have typically entered into is kind of it's a lot of work on our part, and so we'll do part of it as non-contingent, but I mean, at this point, I've spent more time on it than I've been paid for it, but we kind of share in some of the liability. If the city opts not to create the TIF district, there won't be any further payment obligation. If they do, then they would pay me the balance of the contract amount.
And that was all, like you said, voted by city council, public record,
Yes.
put before us in agendas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We've got that out in the open here. And that brings up another thing that, into the discussion of all this thing called the Leverage Act comes up, which I'd never heard of before. And I think before any decision would get made, probably need some more specifics on how this Leverage Act would work, whether Chickasha would actually get to be involved in that and so forth and so on. I think there need to be a little more explanation on that. Let's see here. Okay. Now, these projected revenues that you had up on here on one of your slides, it's my understanding that's over a certain time period. Is that right?
Correct. 25 years.
25 years. So those costs are over what time period? The same thing, 25 years?
I believe so. That's why they have the contingency of 91 million built into them to compensate for the rise in cost of goods and labor.
Okay. Okay.
I believe. He can probably answer it better than I
Okay,
can.
kind of address that in a minute. And then there was a $650,000 of overhead. Is that over 25 years? Is that an upfront thing? What is that?
Again, I believe that's over the 25 years. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So, those are my thoughts at the moment. I reserve the right to come back up and hit you with some more. I'll yield the floor to Mr. Ellis and anyone else.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Thomas.
you.
Thank you.
George?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cost estimates, the various infrastructure cost estimates are a result of a number of different engineering and consultant studies that have been done, some very recently, some as far back, I think, as about 10 years ago, different assessments of system needs for the community. Those dollar amounts were then updated based on inflation to current year costs. And then we added a 20% contingency as part of the authorization because we certainly anticipate that we're not going to be building all of those right out of the gate. So that provides some additional contingency if projects aren't undertaken for 5 or 10 years or so. So the administrative costs, we just made a assumption as to the total organizational costs of the district. You've heard what my costs are, so that's the extent of that. But we assume that there might be as much as $150,000 in total organizational costs in association with putting together the TIF districts, and then we allocated an amount up to $10,000 per year in administrative costs of the city and administrating each of these tax increment districts for a 25-year term. So 250,000 plus 250,000 plus 150 is 650,000. Again, that's not an obligation to spend that amount. That's just an authorization that we put in the project plan. So it is an eligible cost. The city could pay whatever costs those might be, but they would be entitled to reimburse or recoup those dollars from the TIF district up to those amounts.
So that 10,000 you just mentioned, that's estimated administrative costs, that you're taking into account personnel time that's spent?
Yeah, the time,
city
expense of, you know, occasional publications or preparation of.
Not an
annual
outside firm or anything like that, it's man hours.
It could be outside firms, it could not be. I mean, that would be, again, ultimately at the city's discretion, what they felt was necessary.
I do want to address Mr. Anderson's question. I don't think we fully answered his question about the first TIF district, whether it was a successor or not. I mean, I think that could be which direction you want to look at it from. From what I understand, it didn't perform the way it was supposed to because it was tied up in legal battles and stuff like that for many a year. The authorized expense that was authorized to go back to the developer was not maxed out.
Correct.
Stop me at any point if I'm misspeaking.
Yeah.
So the developer didn't get as much money as he could have out of the deal. It did bring in a few new industries, but it set the framework, in my opinion, to what we have now: the scooters, the Chick-fil-A, the Starbucks. You know, that all was in that original TIF zone that didn't come till after the TIF expired. So we got businesses in that district that 100% of that money is now going to the taxing entities, but was set based on the performance or what was done in an original TIF. So
I think that's a fair assessment, yes. The litigation, the vote, and then about the time the vote happened was also the time we were entering, I guess they term it the Great Recession, and so there was quite a bit of stoppage on retail development everywhere, and so that kind of slowed things down. Ultimately, some things did happen over the ensuing years and some additional development, I think in 2016, that moved forward. The TIF actually ended at the end of 2020, and so you're right, there has been continued development, and 100% of that is going to the taxing jurisdictions, and it is new tax revenue that wasn't there before. So
I'd call it a failure, but it was a failure for the developer because he didn't get as much as he could have. But I believe Chickasha itself won on that deal because we didn't pay out as much as was authorized, but we got all these different.
I think the developers, they didn't expend as much as they were authorized to expend. I think for the most part, they did recoup the dollars they actually spent through TIF revenue.
Right.
But they didn't get any interest on it or anything like that. They were able to recoup most of the dollars.
Well, along with the recession, though, that's what helped it fail, if we were going to call it a failure, is the fact that the big box stores weren't building anything at the time. So
I think ultimately it looks like it was more or less successful, but it was much slower than anticipated because of a couple of factors on the front end.
And that TIF was created with one developer in mind, correct?
Yes.
Versus this one, there is no particular developer.
In that instance, you actually had one developer that owned all of the property that was part of the TIF district, and it was very specific to his proposed developments.
So that's like when you said this apples and oranges, this proposed two TIF districts are way different than what that original one was.
I think that might be a question the public has too, though. Before the very first TIF, we knew it was Steve LaForge. We knew that's who it was. And now we're having these TIFs proposed, and who's proposing it? I mean, who came forth with the idea of doing the TIF? I mean, Steve LaForge did it the first time. Who's doing it this time?
You tend to see a couple of different ways that TIFs come to fruition. One, you have a developer that has a particular interest in a project, and they approach the city and say, hey, if you'll give me this TIF and give me these incentives or make these improvements, whatever the case may be, I will do all of these things. I mean, there's a lot of people that are very critical of that model because arguably it certainly benefits the developer. Here, you don't have any specific development interest that is pushing a TIF district. The city has really on their own, invested some time and resource in kind of studying what are the ways that we can expedite economic development and investment in the city.
Yeah.
Not to say that it won't ever happen, but how can we take advantage of where we're at now and expedite things so that we generate these new tax revenue streams, we generate this additional interest in the community and visitors to the community and economic activity that's going on at a sooner time frame, which allows us to address infrastructure needs and other needs that we have sooner versus later.
Right. I'm just thinking that's a public question, is who's behind this? We knew LaForge was behind the first one, and if the city's behind this, we just need to come on board and say the city's the one pushing for this.
Yeah, I would briefly respond that this has been the evolution of a larger discussion amongst a number of people, but there's not any single entity that's pushing for this. We've had some, obviously, discussions with the city council. It's been broadly discussed amongst the taxing entities through the review committee process. There was a presentation that a number of members of the business community and leaders of some of the taxing entities had about maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, to discuss some ideas for economic development, in which the TIF process was brought forward, and some discussion about the Leverage Act and how it would benefit this process as well. So I would say this has been a more evolutionary, organic process of a number of people in the community, not any one in particular. And then the city, of course, is the nucleus of driving this.
Yeah, and now, now that everybody doesn't get a daily newspaper where they can read, what's behind it, we have to get the information out to the public of this is why we're doing this.
Right.
Well, case in point, Blanchard just passed a TIF that's for a specific developer in mind, correct? So they're hitching their pony to one wagon, whereas we're leaving our options open to whoever might come in and offer us the best deal, if you will. Because ultimately, it's up to us or whoever's sitting in these seats at that time to approve or deny any deal that contract that comes before us, so.
Do you have like an example of something that in our situation that would entice a developer? Like what situation or what would something like that look like?
Well, again, I think in the instance of this particular development, the primary consideration is the infrastructure limitations. I mean, you have very limited ability to provide additional high-pressure water service downtown, and you really don't have water or sewer service out towards the interstate. So you're not going to have commercial development unless you have or put yourself in a position to be able to provide those infrastructure improvements. Right. And we also recognize, kind of based, getting more into engineer territory, but in order to provide water and sewer service to the east part of the city, you're going to have to make some improvements in the central part of the city because the water's got to pass through there to get to the east side. So again, that's why the infrastructure is the critical element. And so I think, I can't remember, maybe it was you, sir, that made the comment about, people might very well be interested in coming here, but as Rachel said, you can't approve a building permit if they're not going to be able to hook up to a sewer system that doesn't exist at that point. And so it's utilizing, getting them to locate here by being able to provide the infrastructure to their sites so that they can locate in a place that they might very well desire to do so, but for the fact that the infrastructure isn't available.
I would just add, it's been some time, and the discussions were very preliminary about someone wanting to build a water park type facility out close to the turnpike. But we told them up front we didn't have the water supply to entertain that, so it didn't go very far. Okay. And I don't want to suggest that we've got a line of major developers lined up waiting for water to be supplied, but in order for us to entertain any kind of development, we're going to have to make some improvements to the water system. That's what Nate just said. Where our water plant's located and where the water system flows, it's got to go through these two particular TIF districts to get there.
And I was, a question, I guess, is there anything additional to that we would need to offer?
Well, and so, you know, something like the Leverage Act.
Right.
Again, I apologize that I can't offer a whole lot more clarity on what Department of Commerce will do, other than the fact that this is the type of project that would ordinarily qualify for the Leverage Act. They will need to make a determination of how much net benefit there is to the state. And then they have a staff of people that ultimately do that. But, you know, they're looking at a number of different factors. Once a TIF is created, the city can apply for that, and they will either get it or they won't, or they'll get some percentage amount determination. Once that is made, then, you know, now we know, okay, we're going to get, if we put in $1 million worth of sales tax, we're going to get another $500,000 for the state. At that point, it's just a function of generating tax revenue, and they provide the matching dollars. And so that is a tool right there that the city might look at, okay, is there something additional that we need to provide to get this to locate here? They're not going to come here unless we do something like that. That puts that tool in place. That's an additional revenue stream that you potentially got at your disposal. Again, if the project makes sense, if it's going to generate sufficient revenues, that it makes sense to make that kind of investment in that incentive. And that's again, a decision for the council down the road.
Thank you.
I want to answer, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
John, just a little bit. When I came on council about 2.5 years ago, the discussion of the TIF was starting to kind of get rolling, get some steam. And what I kind of learned a lot was during the budget meetings and hearing from all the department heads and what the needs were for the city and how we were going to get there. And realistically, I just sat and listened. We need a new library. We need a new family activity center. And with our budget and our revenue, we're not getting there. I mean, the reality of it is. So how can we get there? So the TIF became an economic tool that wouldn't be a big cost to the city up front, that maybe to generate and get the ball rolling on some of these things. I don't think that we'll see anything for several years for this, but maybe 5 years down the road, we will have be able to afford some of those things. Everybody complains about the water. Everybody complains about, the roads. And, our budget right now is not going, we're not going to get new pipes. We're not going to get, a lot of our needs. And that is a way to address some of that, I feel. So for me, when you say how did it come or why did it come, like to me, it starts putting something in action, getting the ball rolling for something to make a change. Because I think if we don't, I question whether we'll have some of those things everybody complains about and wants.
Does this presentation constitute the actual project plan?
Yeah, the presentation covers the highlights of the project plan, if you will. I mean, the project plan has been available. It's on the website. I think it's been on the website since we published the notice of the public hearing. We don't publish,
But it's different from this, the project plan, because this seems very vague as far as how you're going to start. You're going to initiate certain TIF district, and then how are you going to do the next one? What are the triggers? What kind of getting in the weeds? Like how are things actually going to happen?
So, if the city opts to create the increment districts and adopt the project plan, adopt its ordinance, then a next step following that is passing a resolution to commence one or the other TIF districts, right, to start the time running. And you've got up to 10 years to do that. Hopefully it's not 10 years before you're actually doing that. You could do it as the next agenda item after the TIF ordinance if you wanted to. But that's kind of a discussion. It's probably not merited to do it in this instance. I'd probably wait a little bit until you've got an actual development project that's ready to move forward that would potentially generate revenue. So kind of the next step, if you create a TIF district, is, all right, now you've got this mechanism in place. Now you can start to in earnest have conversations with different development interests about specific projects. What are they going to do? What specifically are we going to need to do in the way of infrastructure in order to be able to make that happen? And then, you identify those, those highest priority projects and come up with what's to the city an acceptable funding solution, whether it's, a developer maybe contributes dollars to make infrastructure improvements and gets reimbursed, or the city finds a way to fund those either through available funds or some sort of debt financing. I mean, there's different options, and when we know specifically what we need to do or what we're dealing with, how much you're talking about financing, that's the time to decide what's the best way to approach that. But
So there's not a real specific plan yet.
Yeah, the project,
A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, the purpose of the project plan is to establish all of the boundaries of the TIF district, establish what the revenues are and how they're captured, put in place the mechanism and the structure to be able to do that, provide the authorization, identify what the costs are that are eligible to be paid from the TIF district, identify all those things, and then that's put in place. Then the next phase is the actual execution of that. It's development projects and corresponding project costs that are necessary to accomplish those developments.
But we won't really know what the, I'm sorry, Kelly.
So none of that's been done yet.
Yeah, and the project plan is intentionally flexible. I mean, we have development assumptions for purposes of extrapolating an amount of revenues that we think could reasonably be generated based on a set of development assumptions, and that's all set out in the project plan. But we have not said, step one is go get XYZ Corp and reach an agreement. That would be the next step in that case. Again, if we had a specific developer that we're driving, then we might more narrowly, I've been talking for a long time, narrowly tailor a project plan so that it matches up specifically what an agreement with them is going to say. But again, this is a more general, intentionally flexible so that we can easily adapt without having to make major changes to the structure of the TIF district. The city's got the ability to go in and execute on specific projects in the way they deem best.
I didn't mean to slight the plan necessarily. I'm just saying, if we're saying the Highway 62 corridor, we're expecting to do these developments, but we have to do the downtown district first before we can even trigger that. That's the type of sequencing I want to, where are we going to be at, where we can actually put our arms around them details.
I'm Kathy O'Connor with the Coaline Group. I just wanted to be really clear that the project plan has been prepared. It's drafted.
Okay.
The presentation that was in your packet is just a PowerPoint summary of it. There's a very, very detailed document that's available on the city's website. And I don't know if it was in your packet or not.
No, because it's like
but I also
100
think
pages
that,
long.
Yeah. Huh?
I said no, because it's like 400 pages long. I've seen
We
it.
can include it in the next public hearing packet for the 19th.
Okay.
And we may just go ahead and put it on the, I'll have Susan email it out early so you have it this whole time until the 19th, because it is a very text-heavy ordinance like.
Because I'm reading towards the end of the book now, and I'd like to know more.
I think the other thing is, I don't think you have to trigger the downtown TIF before the corridor one. I don't think you have to. It just kind of depends on where are you going to have a project happen first that generates increment.
Based on interest.
And just because a water line passes through that district doesn't mean you have to implement it first.
Yeah, with the project plan, we set the parameters, and then we're really developer dependent on what projects we actually do, depending upon what interest we garner. Okay.
Thank you.
Chad, I got 105 Chickasha Avenue. I have it. I think that's where I'm at. Yeah, my question is this. Because I didn't understand it. If the two property owners, it's their right to do what they want with their property. They don't have to sell.
Correct.
But what you said earlier is you can take infrastructure outside the district. So if you ran up Choctaw to the interstate, this, Brian brought up a point where there's somebody outside this district didn't get asked, would they have the right to run that water main off this TIF district to bring the water and infrastructure necessary down, bypass these two properties that you're talking about, and offer it to somebody else?
I mean, if the city had the resources to put in those infrastructure improvements to serve that area, yes, they could certainly do that.
They could do it through the TIF, though, right?
They could fund it through the TIF, yes.
So the next question is, I don't know how it works here, but in the past, when we did development, and we brought in water and sewer, any properties that we bypassed at that point would then have the opportunity to tap into that system. If they ever tap in, it's prorated based on frontal property line that they would have to do that development.
Yeah, I think you're getting into more of like a recoupment ordinance or something relative to infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something the city could consider as that might be part of the funding strategy to accomplish all of the infrastructure costs.
If they don't want to sell, it doesn't mean you can't bypass their property to do infrastructure around the expanded district. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I mean, the city could add parcels that are not included presently if there was a development opportunity, and especially if the landowner said, hey, I've got this development opportunity we'd like to add into the TIF district. I mean, the city can fairly easily amend and increment district boundaries. They can add a small amount just by vote of the council. They could add a larger parcel, potentially by going back through the process and having the review committee evaluate it and everything, which would be a much simpler question than the exercise we went through.
Yeah. Because it's even coming down the Grand Avenue, the bypass to come back over into this area here. You could possibly do that. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm assuming if you did that, if you bypass, you'd go through easements, you wouldn't just go through somebody's.
I've got one question real quick. When you go to approve, when it comes before the council, can you approve one, say you want to just approve the downtown one and leave the eastern corridor off? Is there an ability, is the ability there to do that, or you vote for one, you vote for all?
So right now, procedurally, you have a project plan that's been recommended by the review committee and it's been recommended by the planning commission. If the city adopts its ordinance consistent, adopting the project plan as has been recommended, they can adopt that ordinance by a simple majority vote. They can do something different from what the planning commission and review committee recommended by it's a two-thirds vote. So 6 out of 9, you need 6 people instead of 5 people to approve something differently. So yes, arguably you could say, you know what, we don't want to do the green TIF, we just want to do the blue TIF. Now, that would entail making modifications to the project plan because we'd have to pull information out and it would change some of the calculations, some of the projected revenues. But yes, I mean, ultimately, yeah, the city could.
That was a question I had too. If we voted for TIF 2, yay, and voted for TIF 3, nay, would that change the project plan? Would it shrink it down? Because right now it encompasses all of it.
I mean, it would probably entail a fair amount of work because, I mean, you could probably dispense with a number of the different project costs. I mean, if you weren't having a TIF out to the interstate, there wouldn't be any reason to have TIF improvements running out to the interstate.
Correct.
So, I think it would take some work to kind of carve that out.
It's a two-step process, though, so we can adopt the TIF ordinance if it passes.
Yeah.
But then you commence at a separate time. So say there's no traction on TIF 3, landowners don't want to develop, nothing's happening, we just never commence it, so it's like it never went forward anyway.
I mean, yeah, you've got 10 years, and if you don't commence it within 10 years, then it
turns into fairy dust, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then your calculations are totally off anyways, because
Yeah.
they didn't sell, and I don't know what you're basing your calculations off of. When, I guess you're basing it off of some big box store coming and settling on the east side there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there is development from the east side, the corridor TIF, that are baked into the numbers. I would say there's a larger concentration of the development assumptions downtown versus on the east side, and what we did relative to the east side as far as assumptions, we pushed a lot of those out at a time. I don't think we assumed anything happening until 2035 or 2040, so we really didn't have near as much revenue being generated. And certainly if something happened out there much sooner on a large scale, you'd have significantly more revenue that would be generated off of it than what we projected. So again, just all trying to be relatively conservative and realistic.
I don't know if it was mentioned in here, but I think I remember something from the review committee that prohibits any existing businesses from moving to a TIF zone and then that sales tax generation getting captured, right?
Yeah, it doesn't prohibit them from moving in, but it does, if you have an existing business somewhere else in town that closes their business and moves into the TIF district, we would exclude the amount of revenue, or at least the amount of sales tax revenue that they were generating at their own location. I mean, that's more of a protection against a developer coming in and cannibalizing, picking out all the stores from the remainder of the community, because those aren't really new dollars. And so that's a mechanism that is built into the project plan, so that would be a limitation, that'd be a disincentive. But any individual business, if they wanted to move there, they could certainly do that. It wouldn't generate the TIF revenue.
Yeah, no, I chose a bad word there. They're not prohibited, but it would exclude their sales tax and their property tax,
Yeah, again, kind of a protection to the city against cannibalization of their own revenue stream.
Yeah. I think we're good for now. Anybody else want to? Yep.
Hi, for the record, my name's Trenton Rippey, and I live at 2506 South 24th Street. Just kind of listening to all of this is a bit of a concern that I have, and that comes with eminent domain, right? So, we've identified these areas that, they're possible, areas of expedient, great economic development, right? But like the gentleman said over there, he doesn't plan on developing any further on his land. Councilman Gertis said he doesn't plan on doing any further development. But my concern is that we have these areas identified. Let's say we pass the TIF, right? So now we're hoping to get that excess tax revenue. What's stopping this from incentivizing the city council, the city government, and other officials from using eminent domain to seize the private assets of private citizens? I just think that, we've already kind of taken away their individual moral right to have a vote on this tax district, and now we're possibly jeopardizing their right to private property and their right to individual choice. So, of course, would love some clarification on that. I just want to know, like a yes or no, does this guarantee that eminent domain will not be used to seize private property of every individual citizen in this district? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would defer to Amanda probably, but I think that the process for eminent domain is a city can't go and take someone's property because we'd like to develop it.
I'm pretty,
Right.
I don't even know how to respond to this because it's
Right.
pretty
I think it's
wild question, but I don't think, there's no precedence, there's no.
Be used solely for economic
Right.
development.
So just, it's not possible.
Which I would agree, but then you have the case of, for instance, in the state of Ohio, where a 35-year-old couple, they had their home seized to build a shopping center, only for that shopping center to go out of business years later. That's just a concern that I have with that.
Different states, different laws. else.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
under
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was gonna say Oklahoma law, though.
Yeah.
Oklahoma statutes relative to eminent domain are much more stringent.
Right.
Relative to it needs to be a public purpose, and the public purpose can't just be economic.
I appreciate you asking that question. I never even entered my mind to even consider eminent domain, because I didn't even think it would be applicable here.
Well,
So-
thank you for clarification.
Thank you.
It's not a concern.
Mayor, could we all in the room, city staff, council, and members of the council, follow that up with our previous gentleman's request to be deleted from this map? And I've heard no resolution to that. And I feel like if we don't have that, that gentleman may go back home and still feel captured by something that he has asked us to let him be out of it.
If I may, I think it's a perfectly appropriate question to ask, but just remind the council that this is a public hearing, and so there's no intended action to be taken during the public hearing. Now, after the second public hearing, and right now we're planning on having a vote on the matter on the first meeting in September. If between now and then you don't get adequate answer to that question, then you can decide, but just I want to remind the council that this is just a public hearing
Yeah,
at
we
this
couldn't do
point.
anything tonight if we wanted to.
Yeah, you're not asking to take action of the city.
But we can let the citizens know that they are heard. We are taking your concerns into the decision-making process, but we can't give answers to what will be done tonight.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Just avoiding any kind of commitment
Right.
tonight.
Nate, for clarification, if, like Charlie's saying, if we did modify those TIF boundary zones, that would be considered a change to the project plan, correct? Would it?
It would, yes.
It'd have to be either sent back down to the TIF review committee or a supermajority vote from the.
I think a question that we would want to evaluate is what, if any, development projections were made relative to that? I mean, quite frankly, the easier answer might be to create it as is and then go in and just amend out those parcels specifically. I mean, that might be the simpler procedure, but I think you could probably exclude those specific parcels. But again, I think it would be worthwhile to get clarification on specifically what parcels are proposed to be excluded, what sort of assumptions, if any, have we made relative to those parcels. Does it impact any of the numbers that we have projected? So,
What I'm hearing is they're captured. They're captured. They're in, and there's not a person in this room that's willing to ease their conscience at all about, we will defend you and let you go. We will let you go.
Well, he said we can't do that.
No, we can't take
Literally
action
can't do
tonight.
that.
You can't make it.
We can't say that tonight.
I hear people wiser than me saying that we can't do that.
I'm
And I
just-
see for our local friend that he's captured. His land is captured.
Tonight, we can't do anything about it tonight.
Right. But I just keep bringing it up. It's on all of our consciences.
Sure.
That we had a fellow neighbor citizen that's been here a long time, and he has, even though he's agriculture, he has contributed to Chickasha.
Sure.
Through tax that I know gets paid out there, because everything he sells is not always agriculture exempt. And I see you being silent on it, sir.
again, the council, when it comes time to make their determination, they can direct that those parcels be removed. I mean, they have the ability to do that. I mean, I would also reinforce the notion that there is no capturing of the property. The fact that it is contained within the boundaries of the TIF district impacts it no more than being within the corporate boundaries of the city or being within the boundaries of the county. impacted. I mean, it's a line on a map for purposes of if there is development that occurs and if there is an increment that occurs as a result of that development, then a portion of that revenue would be allocable to the project costs that have been approved by the TIF district. If there is no development on that property, then again, that's entirely up to the property owner whether or not they choose to participate in any development opportunities. And they're not obligated. The city, as a policy standpoint, may hope down the road that maybe that property is put in service in a different way, or they may not. They may think it's best to stay agricultural for time immemorial. But that's, again, a future decision for the landowner to make, whether or not they want to participate in any opportunity that may or may not come forward in the future.
Do you feel any personal obligation to help this gentleman with his cause to do what he's asked?
I mean, I will act at the direction of the council. So if the council ultimately directs that that property be included in the TIF district, then that's what'll happen. And if the council ultimately directs that it be taken out, then I'll make the appropriate changes.
Maybe capture a strong word. I mean, capture,
I don't
you're being
think
held
capture is-
hostage. Like, I don't think anybody's being forced to do anything. So I think capture is kind of a strong word, and I hope
I
that's
agree.
not used anywhere in any.
That's a better way of putting what I was trying to say.
I might just
Included
interject
is
too
as
that
strong as it should be.
help understand the role that Nate has. He's been the spokesman to explain the process and where we are, but he's neither a proponent of the plan nor an advocate or someone that makes those decisions. Ultimately, those decisions are by the council, but these are the recommendations that the review committee and the planning commission have put forward. If there are questions, we will get answers to those, but I just want to make sure that Nate's not being put in the spot of having to advocate or attack a particular position.
Is there any, I guess, zoning issues? If that were to be developed and he's agricultural, will we rezone all of it, or how would that work?
Zoning's an independent question.
It would be a case-by-case basis on the parcel. Should a parcel want to be developed, they may have to rezone. Some of it's commercial already, some of it's industrial, some of it's ag. This TIF doesn't have any effect on anyone's zoning. It doesn't change anyone's use.
I was just thinking later, when it develops, if it develops, it wouldn't cause any issue for him to keep it agricultural.
They would have to go through the standard zoning process, which would require it would trigger all the notice requirements to neighboring property owners.
And we as a city couldn't do that without him wanting to be rezoned, right?
A zoning ordinance, like anything changing from what you currently are, is an ordinance that is ultimately passed by city council. So the city can't do it without the public notice option and all of those things. Yes. And so typically the landowner is involved. I don't know of any case where we've ever done one against the property owner's wishes.
Anything else? I just want to piggyback on what Charlie's been saying. Anybody who spoke tonight with concerns, we don't take them lightly. Don't think that they're not being heard and that we don't understand your concerns. I can't imagine how nerve-wracking it is to not know anything that's happening and then to see your property outlined on a map and a color and not really understand what's going on, what your rights are and what they're not. So I do appreciate the conversation and that everybody came up and who has spoke so far. It is being heard. Unfortunately, our hands are tied with what we can and can't do at this current moment because that's not what this public hearing is about. It's about hearing all these concerns and then seeing what we can do moving forward to alleviate what we can alleviate. So anybody else would like to speak on the public hearing?
I guess this is the weirdest public hearing I've been in, but I didn't know somebody was going to do counterpoint to my point, but I want to clarify. I didn't say you have to let us vote. I'm saying you should let us vote. It won't cost that much. It'll be less than what you're paying these two folks right here to hold a citywide election, and ask that you do that and continue the precedent that we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Tori. Anybody else? All right. I don't even know what time it is, but 9:41. I'd go ahead and like to close the public hearing. Does anybody need to take a short recess? Anybody need to? How do we do that, Amanda? How do I?
Motion to recess.
I'd entertain a motion to take a, let's say, 5-minute recess.
Make a motion. Do you need a motion?
Yeah, I need something.
Make a motion that we take a short recess.
You made a motion, Oscar seconded.
5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't be tardy.
Nobody seconded me then.
So we got one. I promise you we did. I don't know.
Hey.
I'm leaving, girl. I'm out.
Huh?
What's wrong with you?
I'm recovering.
She's got viral pneumonia. It just hit our lungs, I guess. She's out and still hacking everywhere. Uh-oh.
That's why I wanted to actually. That's when we vote. I wanted what, I didn't even know it was on the website, but I want the next story plan. I want the real project plan. I want the real figures. That's why Rachel was saying. They actually have a plan. She's going to email it to us so we can look it over.
Hi.
It's more than just this outline. This is an outline.
Well, thank you. How are you?
Not the real plan.
Guys, it's so long.
Yes, I want to know X, Y, and Z.
I get to see this on Facebook a little bit.
I was gonna say, it's just been a long time since 5 a.m. this morning. Now I'm feeling it.
Yeah, yeah. So how old are Tiffany's now? Not like mine are 16 and 12. It's going so fast.
I was in the ER the night before with my mother-in-law, 3
all the
a.m.
time.
Yep, so can't win for losing.
Sewer, water, electrical.
Yeah.
8 o'clock's gonna come real early in the morning, isn't it?
Kids aren't hard. I'm like, it's just the worry of all, it's like all the phase. I'm like, I don't think kids are hard. It's just the worry you have all the time. And when they get out of one stage, it just goes to something else. So.
Get together and have a jam session.
My little one's looking at, she's a pretty good basketball player. So she's at Chickasha. And she'll be a junior next year, but she's already getting colleges, inviting her to come work out and all that. But I'm like, no, it's too far. No, it's too far. So now I'm like, I told my husband was like that because he was military, so he's like, that's not too far. It'll be good for her to grow up. And I'm like, she's not ready for that, but I just still see little babies,
Or get on a group phone call sometime to talk about this. But
good to see you.
either way, if you want to just call me, you can. There's a lot of.
Right. Not a tier 1 or tier 2 opportunity. That's when the car wrecks into one of those trees.
When you get left in the new.
Yeah. starts being presented.
It's not.
Then there's triggers, there's strings, there's obligations.
Cities are funded in order to put you into competitions. There's no other way, you know, distract it's also built it would be a completely different conversation. And then your school district would be a stop that. Even more so. Right, yeah, you're talking about going to the stocks then.
Yeah.
Like where I grew up, you know, that's how you funded schools and cities and all of it. So there were nobody knows that here. So, anyway, okay, I'm gonna drive home. We'll see you.
I hope they come back. Better do it over the loudspeaker. Oh, yes, brother. I've been saying that for the whole time I've been on council. I used to sit out there and glare at him. Acoustics. But if we're bound by, hey, that's a whoa. Yeah. But
She said, how long is this thing going to go? I said, it's going to go.
are we still held by the historical society because we can't do anything to it? We can do acoustic panels. What you're talking about is correct. We can. Oh no, thanks. Thanks, Erica. That was a good time. Man, we've talked about that for a long time. We just got to get determined to do it. All right, brother. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Go home and empty the dishwasher. Yeah, that's mine too. I want some coffee, he says.
Lord. I was about to load a boat. Ain't mine.
Yeah, I've got
See what I was writing on here? I told Zach.
I didn't see you do
Bathroom
that.
break. Let's go.
Well, I had to get it. I had like opening retractor. I thought you were coming back in there. I was like, I can't.
You've got some street cred. Hey, Chris. Be careful, man. Yeah, right. Sure you will.
I want to revisit council communication.
My husband said, I told him, he's like, you're still there? I said, yeah. And he said, you start coughing a lot. You'll get them all out of there. Because he's been so tired of me coughing for 2 weeks. I said, no, they're still cough drops at me.
How are you down, kid?
I don't think it's just a cough. I didn't run a fever or anything. My 17-year-old, 16-year-old, she's been running a fever for 7 days. But I was like, you should have COVID. Finally, after 6 days, I took her in. They did a chest x-ray. She's got viral pneumonia.
December 20th, the day we arrived in Mexico, she lost her sense of taste. Got it? It was perfect. Because she could eat all the spicy food that she wanted, and she never would eat it before.
I lost about half of mine this time. Last time I had it a couple years ago, I never even hardly knew I had it. But it's a cough that just won't go away.
Mine's always been a cough. It's right there. Not in my lungs. It's right in my
It's worse at
throat.
night, so like right now, it's my prime time. My husband's like, just cough, you'll get out of there. I'm like, no.
Get you some hot damn cinnamon schnapps.
That's what my kids kid needs
Over
to.
with.
I'm very sleeping with her at night because she's running in front of me. You've got to drink something, or she just sits there all night long.
There's Charlie.
One of the ladies I used to-
Restaurant owner.
Well, that was one of our customers.
Bring some food up in here.
And she had asthma and got bronchitis and stuff real bad one year. She just kept coughing and coughing.
Kelly,
And they kept trying to give her
Kelly, Charlie.
prescription
Charlie,
cough syrups, and they weren't
right there.
working.
Erica.
And her
Erica's
doctor
back
said,
there.
"I'm going to tell you something, but don't tell anybody I told you this." He said, "When you leave here today, you go buy the liquor store."
Listen, people, the show's about to continue.
She did that. It worked so good. She poured her medicine down with her.
Hey, you're not-
and it pops in the cough.
You're still young enough. You should be fine right
He
now.
told me that. I mean,
Matlock hasn't even played yet, so.
Went out to his house at night to see his wife, and he was just, I was like, I'm sorry, how much
Take off tomorrow.
Thanks, Nate.
Are you a fruit snackaholic?
and it leaves you so nice.
Susan, waiting on Keith. All right, Susan?
I'm revived.
I should have brought one for you.
I don't know how you drink coffee right now. I wouldn't be going to bed.
I hope you're getting paid by the hour.
She is.
Just immune to
I'm
it.
pretty sure.
Much tea will kill me, but not
Susan, do we have to do a roll call again?
Did I say reconvening?
Motion to reconvene?
Do I need a roll call after that? I entertain a motion to reconvene, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I move to reconvene in the
Second. Oh, sorry. Let's get this show on the road.
Roll call, please.
Boyd?
Here.
Nelson? Here. Ginn?
Here.
Evanthwaite?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Alexander?
Here.
Burris?
Here.
Gertis?
Here.
Grayson?
Either here or a yes. But I'm here.
Either way.
Okay.
Just acknowledge.
All right. Item 6C, discussion, consideration, and possible approval to authorize staff to solicit bids for COC 2403 engine/pumper truck.
Make a motion that we authorize staff to solicit bids for COC-2403 engine/pumper truck.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Chief, why was I see where you had a 2,000 watt inverter instead of a generator?
Yes, sir. There's less maintenance on the inverters than there are generators. So
You get the same duty or same power that you would out of the,
Yes, sir.
okay, because that runs off the engine,
Yes, sir.
okay, but the generator's an independent power source though.
Yes, sir.
So
And you'll see on an engine, it's not as big of a deal. When it comes to an aerial platform, like on the next agenda item, there would be a secondary generator, and that generator will operate just the platform.
I was just wondering what your reasoning was. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Chief, even if we vote on this thing now and it passes, we're how many years away from getting one?
On an engine, we're looking at 48 months. On a ladder truck, we're looking at 36, give or take a couple months each way.
And that gives us more time to generate a down payment to pay
Yes, sir.
that. Okay.
Chief, Charlie, can you share your findings on what we kind of mentioned about the U.S. flag code, or did you?
To me, my understanding of the U.S. flag code directly relates to flags itself, not necessarily the vinyl wrap or chevron that would be on a fire truck, from my understanding of it. But I talked to two other people that had completely different ideas on it. So, but I do have a list of other municipalities that do this. Oklahoma City has been doing this for 10 years. And Ardmore, Weatherford, Duncan, Lawton, all have flag chevron on the back of their trucks, as do our squads. I think I would be interested in to hear what Mr. Smith and Mr. Grayson, how they feel about the flag on the fire trucks, what their thoughts are.
Well, let's clarify. It's not a flag. It's an image. It's a depiction.
It's an image of a flag.
Or a portion instead of an outright flag like you might see on a military jet. when we show the whole flag.
Yeah, as far as our municipality displaying a portion or a part of the American flag on its vehicle, I am 100% for it. I don't know if that's a politically correct answer, but that's my answer.
I don't know that there is a correct answer. I was just, as I know you and Mr. Smith are both veterans, and so I was more curious as to what your thoughts were as veterans of what your thought process was on it.
As far as actual flag code law or whatever, I'm not 100% clear. I think it, like you said, I think it does pertain more to the flag itself. I know that people wear it as clothes and stuff like that. I think it's in poor taste, but I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah.
But I don't.
So what I saw was that it was not mandatory. Flag code is not mandatory. And how I read it was that it was for the flag itself. Don't make shorts, don't make shirts, things like that. I agree with you that it's in poor taste. With the chevron of I think the red and yellow doesn't necessarily look as neat. I think these are recruiting tools that we also use. Unfortunately, the younger generation, they look at the trucks and they think, man, that's a good-looking truck. I might want to go work there. So it's also used as a recruiting tool for us as well. But I did not find anything that was abstract or hard. You cannot do this, or you should not do this with chevron on the rear of a fire truck.
Well, you asked my opinion, and my opinion is, if somebody doesn't like it, close their eyes when it drives by. Simple.
Well, I would think if Oklahoma City's been doing it for, you said 10 years, and they haven't been sued yet over it, I think we'd be fine.
And it will match our current ambulances. Our last two ambulances have the flag chevron on the back, and our last squad has the flag chevron. So it puts us continuing in that direction with our paint scheme and our color scheme on our trucks.
But Charlie, I do appreciate that.
Some people may find that disrespectful. I don't. Well, I know the gentleman here that defended everybody's right to think how they want to think. And I think everybody that we're associated with in this late night meeting doesn't want to do anything in poor taste. They very much, as best I know, respect the flag. And I thank you for looking into it for me.
Yes, sir.
Tony, is there not a bid bond requirement on this particular agenda item?
There's a bid bond on both items for both trucks. Anytime you do a truck, and it may not be in there, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
I'll double check.
I was looking for it. It didn't.
None of this has went out to vendors or anything yet. So.
Right, but I've seen it on the second one, but I didn't on this one. Okay. I was just wondering if there's a bid bond, we got it, do we have to put that up front?
We have to have one for it.
Huh?
We have to have a bid bond for it, so.
Okay, so we have to pay that up?
No, we don't pay it, they pay it.
They're paying it?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha, okay.
Any other questions? Roll call.
Eblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Ginn?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. Item D, discussion, consideration, and possible action to authorize staff to solicit bids for COC-2402 for a 100-foot aerial fire truck.
Make a motion that we go out for bid or solicit bids for COC-2402 100-foot aerial fire truck.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
I have a question with Chief. In my confusion between the two, because there's a lot of similarities, was it only one unit that the point-to-point wiring matter was?
No, sir. Both units, the preferred method will be point-to-point contact.
Thank you.
Tony, did you just borrow the El Reno?
That's just a picture, so an illustration. So it won't be the exact same truck. But
Hate to
give
make
you
that
an
mistake.
Show up and it says El Reno on it.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Roll call, please.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Ginn?
Yes.
Eblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. Item 6E, discussion and consideration of possible action to renew the Zoll Portable Ventilator Loan Agreement with Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
I move to renew the Zoll portable ventilator loan agreement with the Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
Second.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Quick
But is
question.
this the same? I mean, is there any major changes or any?
No major changes.
Okay.
Yeah, by date, shouldn't we be considering this sooner? Since does that have effective date?
They
of
just got us
July?
this 2 weeks ago, sir.
It's their delay is the
Yes.
reason? Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the annual capital improvement agreement with Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
I move we approve the annual capital improvement agreement with Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion?
Same
Do-
thing, Tony, no major changes in that?
No, ma'am.
Is there just a 5-second way you can help me? No. How do we calculate response time? Is it officially when a button gets pushed to arrival, or is it kind of vary, or and how we calculate it? I understand.
So there's no exact way to calculate it.
Okay,
so,
that's good.
But generally speaking, in city limits, other than the east side where we're trying to increase that with Station 3, we're roughly 5 to 6 minutes everywhere in town except for the east side, which we're in the 8 to 9 minute range.
Curious. Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Burris,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. 6G, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the annual contract with Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
You already did that one, Mayor?
I did? Well, then, let's move on to the
Pretty
next
sure.
No, we did the capital improvement with that
Okay.
district.
Okay.
Yeah, I did F, all right, so we're doing G.
Yeah.
I read the right thing, though, right?
Yes,
You were
did.
right.
Yes.
Kelly, gosh dang.
Sorry.
So I move to approve the annual contract with the Grady County 522 EMS District and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Abstain.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6H, discussion, and consideration, of possible action to authorize the purchase of 10 new AR-15 platform patrol rifles for the police department from Valor Defense Depot, a Sons of Liberty distributor, the amount not to exceed $30,449.50.
Make a motion that we authorize purchase of 10 new AR-15 platform patrol rifles for the police department from Valor Defense Depot, a Sons of Liberty distributor, for an amount not to exceed $30,449.50.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion.
Yeah, Chief, I've got a question. On their Sons of Liberty, they offer armorers training. Is that something we've looked into? It looks like they'd come to the police station.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sorry. The armorers training, it looks like they'll come to the police station and train.
We sent all three of our firearms instructors to their armorers
Okay.
course last year.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I got a few questions if you're up for it. I see apparently, before I came on council, there was some new patrol rifles implemented into your crew last year. How many? How many rifles?
How many rifles
were
last year?
obtained approximately a year ago?
25.
25?
Yes, sir.
And this rounds out our total need?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay. And further down, I see this maybe just on the Chickasha notes, platform in 223,
5, 6, my error.
That way you're interchangeable, is that right?
Yes, sir, they are.
You don't have any limitations with what you guys use. So can you tell me more about what you're asking us to waive? That, we talked about it, Keith. This is kind of just normal process of, was there any concerns about the bid kind of looked like the same fellow prepared them?
Oh, absolutely not. The same person did prepare.
Okay. But that's just normal.
Yeah, we got the 3 quotes, so we're not really waiving the competitive bidding process. That language could probably be stricken. There's no need to waive it since we got the 3 quotes from independent businesses.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Gann,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris.
Yes.
Gertis,
Yes.
Grayson.
Item 6I, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the amendment to the Employee Policy Manual by addition, Chapter 9, miscellaneous 9.06, magnetic lock key card policy.
I move we approve the amendment to the Employee Policy Manual by addition, Chapter 9, miscellaneous 9.06, magnetic lock key card policy.
Second.
Discussion.
Is this on all city, like city offices or in everybody's office?
I believe it's this building, Public Works building, and police station?
It's gonna,
Fire stations already have theirs. Are we adding these to the fire station? Okay.
it'll be most buildings, not everything in this building actually allows us to access for that because of the way the ceiling is. Downstairs, it'll offer some protections for our utility billing department and then also automatically lock the front door when we're closed for the day, so it's not like no human error in leaving it unlocked. And then same with library and some securities for police department, some securities where staff will be, because we currently have no protection.
So I was curious about, this building, our entrance for, city council meetings or any of that. Is that going to be?
That won't be a problem. We'll have the building unlocked for those meetings.
Okay.
Mayor, for Rachel, was this perhaps an enhancement that is going to help us open the front door to the public? You mentioned front doors that automatically, am I wrong about that?
The glass doors up at the front by the utility billing window, those doors are damaged and they are open most days. I think Elaine's staff opens them every day after your request during the comp plan. They're open.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I
Are they
believe the
open now?
doors are open every single day. The finance department unlocks them and locks them.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Nelson,
Yes.
Gann,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
No.
Gertis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6J, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the 2024 Festival of Light agreement for usage of Shannon Springs Park and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
I make a motion, we approve the 2024 Festival of Light Agreement for usage at Shannon Springs Park and authorize the mayor to execute the same.
Second.
Discussion?
Comment?
Yeah.
I like the festival. I don't like the agreement.
Spencer, did anything major change from year over year?
This is the same carryover as previous years. If there's anything wanting changed, we can always do that too, to it as well. But yeah, carryover, just change dates on it this time around.
Any other questions?
I got a question for Charlie. What's the deal with the agreement that you dislike?
Well, it seems like there's a limited amount of time for them to have possession of the park and get it ready and decorate. But the tear down even lasts longer than the put it together. Did anybody notice that? I talked to Keith about it. I thought the tear down will be completed no later than March 15th. And I'm thinking, well, how about February?
Are there any problems with needing more time for decorations and?
So I think, so tear down, we start setting up like October 1. So my guys do all the trees, all the trees, majority of the lights you see, my guys do that. So October 1, we start hanging them, and then they're all out by February. Like, we knock it out. So, but yeah, no, it's been fine as far as like, Jim, do you have anything about that one too?
Other than the fact that sometimes in January, weather can be more problematic
Yes.
than it is in December. So whether it's an ice storm, snowstorm, or just extreme cold, that's more of a factor in the tear down than it is in setup.
Right.
Plus, you can get more volunteers to put it up than you can to take it down.
Likely.
And it does not interfere with the other uses of the park during that February, March timeframe.
Thank you.
So it may not last that long, that's just giving them a buffer, so they're not outside the agreement if it does take longer because of weather or whatever reason.
There is also other concerns I have. Is it okay to voice those now?
Oscar asked you.
Oh, Oscar, yes.
You voice away.
Curious mind.
In the agreement, it spells out if traffic congestion occurs that backs up traffic on city streets. I've circled that portion in red. And I've written, it does, and it has not been adequate. I went on to say, this issue, together with past remedies, have eroded the Chickasha citizens of freedom of fair usage and enjoyment of travel in certain areas. So, I like the festival, but I don't like it when it takes precedent over our citizens. And unless there's further questions, it's late, and that's all about I got to say. So, thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Oscar, satisfied your question?
Yeah, I'm good.
Roll call, please.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
No.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item K, discussion, consideration, and possible action to authorize consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative relating to the easement covering the following real property, a strip of land 200 feet wide in the northeast quadrant, northeast quarter of Section 34, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
Mayor, I would move that we would move set these aside for a different time of discussion.
That would take a motion and a second and a vote, right?
I'm sorry.
To pull, he wants to table these, so that would take a vote.
Just a motion and a second.
A second, and then there would be
Okay,
a
so
vote.
Charlie made so are you wanting to do K? We can only do one item at a time, so you're wanting to do K right now? Correct?
Is there a possibility of all the Western Farmers issues that follow this first one?
Can you make a motion?
They're very
to pull all of
similar.
them at the same time? So they have to do them individually?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would just, well, go ahead and open it for discussion, then I'll make a comment.
We don't have a motion yet, though,
We can
right?
do it, we can do discussion before we have a
I
motion.
would just say,
right? Or can you?
It's not time of the essence per se, but Western Farmers has been waiting for these.
Okay.
I mean, if you decide to push them a couple of weeks, they would accommodate that, but staff would prefer to act on those tonight.
Why would we table them?
I don't believe as an asset belonging to our town and our citizens that this is in their best interest to move forward with this. I think it is on top of some existing rights that Western Farmers has, and I don't feel like the compensation nor the protections in the phraseology is something that I would recommend that most of our citizens would want us to approve right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Amanda.
So Western Farmers actually already has an easement. Under their existing easement that goes back decades, they actually have the right to go on the easement and do exactly what they're wanting to do. When I received this, I actually spoke to the representative and said, okay, what's the deal with this? Because you don't have to pay us anything because you have an easement. And what I was told is that they understand that they do not have to pay us anything, but they do it as a gesture of goodwill to landowners. So basically, what this is even though they don't have to have our consent because they already have it in the form of an easement, this is basically their way of saying, okay, we're going to go on, we're going to do improvements to the lines, and we are going to pay you this much. It acknowledges that there could potentially be quote-unquote damages. It's unlikely, it's possible though, and if there are damages, this compensates us for that. Again, they are not required to go through this step under the law. They could simply go out there, go on the easement they already have, and do the work.
So say we table this, and they say, pull it, and then they just go do the work anyway. They're within their rights to do that?
That is correct, yes.
So effectively, pulling these and tabling them wouldn't stop anything other than us getting paid.
That is correct. Potentially. I mean, I'm not saying it would. They might say, okay, we'll, consider it at the next meeting perhaps. All I'm saying is that legally, they are not required to pay us this money. They can go on and do the work.
And they already have the easement.
And they already have the easement.
Say we deny it, and we keep denying it for whatever reason. Legally, they could just take us to court over it, correct?
They wouldn't have to
They
take
don't
us
have
to
to, they have the
court.
easement.
They could simply go on the property and do the work.
This is just them saying that they'll pay us if there's any damages. They don't even have to do this.
We would have to try to take them to court.
Right.
But I would advise that we don't have a claim.
And again, when I was speaking to the gentleman, and I apologize, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. I mean, I asked him, I told him point blank, I don't understand this because you're not required to pay us. And he said, we know this is something we do with all landowners. It's a gesture of goodwill.
I really believe a situation exists where they have rights, which I do respect, that they've owned for quite a while, but I think they're wanting to perhaps upgrade to a level beyond the rights that they have, and they're wanting our consent for that. So instead of maybe 25 feet on either side of the line, they're wanting 100 foot on either side of the line. And that greatly affects our rights. I have pretty poor copies here. I have not visited the property. I assume it's in a part that we may call the pasture lease or for cattle grazing or whatnot, but it surely could be part of an area that would affect future plans because they're wanting to spread their wings 200 feet wide through 3/4 of land. So a quarter mile is 1,320 feet. And I think one of these says 2640. That's a half mile.
Do they have 200 feet
I believe so. That's my recollection.
now?
I just feel like council doesn't have enough information as far as the exact background and maybe we even have an inspection of it by staff to account for those matters, of what change will be occurring.
I have not physically gone out and looked at it, but this easement has existed, I believe, since about 1969 for Western Electric to maintain their power lines. And I know they want to make some improvements to the poles and wires that run through that easement.
I just recently went through that at our property, and they had to come back because they did it in international measurement instead of U.S. measurement, and they had to issue us another check. They have the easement, they have a right-of-way, we can't stop them. I mean, there's no reason to try to stop them.
Well, we have a motion.
I don't think we do.
Charlie made a motion.
No, I think we opened discussion without the motion.
Oh.
And probably no second.
Amanda.
I didn't hear one.
I'll make a
What
motion.
is the easement now? Is it 50 feet?
It's the 200 feet.
That's what it is now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this hasn't changed the size of their easement.
So the easement is 200 currently?
I believe so.
That's my recollection. Without having the easement in front of me, I'm not going to swear it, but I'm pretty certain.
I'll make a motion that we authorize a consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative related to an easement covering the following real property a strip of land 200 feet wide in the northeast quarter of Section 34, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
Second.
Discussion?
Okay, I was going to ask Spencer, your name is on these, so what's your interaction with these agenda items?
So I oversee the lake, and he came to me and was talking about how he has these easements that run across the line, all across the way, and how he's going to be upgrading the lines to a higher voltage. I can't tell you the voltage amounts off the top of my head, just because I can't remember. Yeah, no, he was a really nice guy. But I know we're talking about, he's worried about easement sizes, and I'm not sure about that, but it sounds like Amanda just read that. But yeah, no, they're improving their lines. They have like wooden timber lines. They're going to go to steel frames and run a lot more power through it. But yeah, just upgrading to getting newer equipment in there. So and he's running through 3 of our properties, which is why you have 3 different points on there to go through each and every one of those. So, but yeah.
It's pretty much what PSO is doing down Country Club Road. They're taking all the H braces out, the big wood giant telephone poles, and going to go back with a single steel pole.
Safe to say probably most citizens would be in favor of improved, structurally sound, higher voltage electrical equipment. Probably?
I would say it's
more reliable, maybe?
More reliable. And it's on farmland, so we're not talking about, this is like just south of the dam. So this is the dam, grass down below, cows. So we're in the middle. We're in the middle. We're as rural gets with this. We're not even in the right county. So we're out there. But yeah, so we're talking cows.
Okay.
On an ancillary note, do we get our power from Western Farmers at the lake?
At the lake?
Yeah, at the lake. This is where this is at, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's a power transmission line. Probably the OEC out at the lake.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Hebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
He went outside.
Curtis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Ginn?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. Item L, discussion, consideration, and possible action to authorize consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative relating to an easement covering the following real property: a strip of land 200 feet wide on the northeast northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
I move we authorize a consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative relating to an easement covering the following real property: a strip of land 200 feet wide of the northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris? Curtis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Ginn?
Yes.
Hebblethwaite?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. Item 6M, discussion, consideration, and possible action to authorize a consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative relating to an easement covering the following real property: a strip of land 200 feet wide in the southwest quarter. Oh, it says the same thing. I'm repeating it twice. Of Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
Make a motion that we authorize the consent and acknowledgement agreement with Western Farmers Electric Cooperative relating to an easement covering the following real property: a strip of land 200 feet wide in the southwest quarter of Section 14, Township 8 North, Range 9 West, Caddo County, Oklahoma.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris? Curtis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Ginn?
Yes.
Hebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6N, discussion, consideration, and possible action. I don't even know if Charlie left. Possible action to approve the YMCA 35th birthday block party on Saturday, August 24th, 2024. Closing of Chickasha Avenue from 7th Street to 8th Street during the event and waive any associated fees.
I move to approve the YMCA 35th birthday block party on Saturday, August 24th, 2024, and waive any associated fees.
Second.
Discussion?
What times?
Is that in the packet? If not, I can
It's
get my
9
phone
a.m.
and tell.
9
It's not in
a.m.
there?
to noon.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. to noon, I think.
9 a.m. to noon.
Oh, okay.
YMCA. Bring it open to the public.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Burris,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6O, discussion, consideration, of possible action to approve temporary street closure for the street festival sponsored by USAO to be held on the 200 block of Chickasha Avenue on August 29th, 2024.
I move we approve temporary street closure for a street festival sponsored by USAO to be held in the 200 block of Chickasha Avenue on August 29th, 2024.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
No.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 6P, discussion, consideration, of possible action to approve the request from USAO for a temporary street closing on 17th Street from Grand Avenue to Alabama Avenue on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024, from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. for USAO's annual Move-In Day event.
I make a motion, we approve the request from USAO for a temporary street closing of 17th Street from Grand Avenue to Alabama Avenue on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024, from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. for USAO's annual Move-In Day event.
Second.
Discussion? Definitely want those street closed, move-in days crazy. Roll call?
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
No.
Curtis,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. 6Q, discussion, consideration, of possible action to authorize the disbursement of the Central Business District Building Grant for 611 West Chickasha Avenue for applicant Open Skies Group LLC in the amount of $122,016.
Move that we authorize the disbursement of the Central Business District Building Grant for 611 West Chickasha Avenue for applicant Open Skies Group LLC in the amount of $122,016.
Second.
Discussion?
Was this originally a $140,000 authorization, Jim? On that? I can't remember what it was.
Yes, that's correct.
140 or 160?
140 or 160?
One subset.
How's it? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
maximum square foot reimbursement was authorized 160.
160, okay.
This was already approved a year ago.
The address has been approved, it's qualified correct. They finally got the work done and turned in receipts, and that's
So
why.
it's just the
coming forward.
finalizing what's already been
Yes.
greenlit.
Just paying what's been authorized.
Perfect.
They are authorized based upon total square footage that they could have spent up to that one amount. They spent less, so their grant reimbursement is less.
Great.
Say, Jim, this is what I was wondering about. The name of this is Central Business District Building Grant. How's that different from is that the same as the downtown? Because you referred to it as a downtown grant earlier.
Maybe I'm using slang, but it's kind of I just
Okay,
referred
but that's
to
what you meant.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't understand your generation's language. Quit using that slang. Any other questions?
Jim,
Yes, sir.
please. I just noticed I guess this is page 240 I'm looking at. It looks like it comes from Economic Development Council, and only one point in the page is underlined, and it looks bold. And it says, incomplete proposals will not be considered. So, about 1, 2, 3, 4 more pages. I'm on 244, and I just feel like this application wasn't fully complete, in that the legal description appears in the wrong place, and the tax assessor's parcel number was not completed. Also, the number of parking spaces provided, proposed, total, and current zoning were just part of it. I thought, if you're going to underline it and bold it, you must be really a stickler for those kind of matters. And then I kind of thought, well, the application looked like they might have missed something. So I'm just pointing that out.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Nelson?
No.
Gian?
Yes.
Ebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
No.
Gertis?
No.
Boyd?
No.
Grayson?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Item 6R, discussion, consideration of possible action to approve pay request on number 4. Pay request number 4 in the amount of $288,420 construct 2 box hangar projects to W.L. McNabb.
Move we approve pay request number 4 in the amount of $288,420 to construct 2 box hangars project to W.L. McNabb.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
Gian?
Yes.
Ebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
Yes.
Gertis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. 6S, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve temporary street closure for WFEC employee block party to be held at the 100 block of Chickasha Avenue, October 25th, 2024, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
Yes.
Gertis?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Gian?
Yes.
Grayson?
Yes. Item 7, motion for adjournment.
I move we adjourn.
We're adjourned. I'd like to call the Chickasha Municipal Authority to order. And a roll call, please.
Boyd?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Gian?
Here.
Ebblethwaite?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Alexander?
Here.
Burris?
Yes.
Gertis?
Here.
Grayson?
Here. Item 2, consent docket.
Move that we accept as presented.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call, please.
Boyd?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Gian?
Same.
Ebblethwaite?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Alexander?
Yes.
Burris?
Abstain.
Yes.
Gertis? Grayson?
Yes. Item 4A, discussion, consideration, and possible action to award bid CMA 2402- drainage structure improvement Cottonwood Road project to C4L LLC of Edmond, Oklahoma, an amount of $170,117.
I'll move that we award bid CMA-2402 drainage structure improvements Cottonwood Road project to C4L LLC of Edmond, Oklahoma, in the amount of $170,117.
Second.
Discussion?
Was this part of our package that we approved? Is this a budgeted item?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Discussion? Roll call, please.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item 5, motion for adjournment.
Motion.
Second? Second.
Adjourned. I'd like to call the Chickasha Municipal Airport Authority to order. Need a roll call, please.
Boyd,
Here.
Nelson,
Here.
Ginn,
Here.
Hebblethwaite,
Here.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Here.
Burris,
Here.
Curtis,
Here.
Grayson.
Here. Item number 2, consent docket.
Make a motion, we accept the consent docket as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Boyd,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Ginn,
Abstain.
Hebblethwaite,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Burris,
Abstain.
Curtis,
Yes.
Grayson.
Yes. Item number 4, motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff.
Mayor, just for the benefit of the council, I'm going to be out on the next meeting. I'll be here for the meeting on the 19th. Rachel will cover for me.
Yay, Rachel.
What's that?
So you